أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وسلم. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. On behalf of Fomwauk UK, I humbly stand before you all to say once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We must sincerely apologize that we're starting a bit behind schedule. Inshallah, we're listing up events, and it's also an invitation for us to remind all our friends, family members, invited guests that the ship has started sailing, inshallah. My name is Abdul Hassan, and today, welcoming you all. I shall be joined very soon by my sister Kafaya Eletu, inshallah, and later on in the day. So you have the pleasure of having two of us. Without wasting much more of our time, may I humbly invite our father, Fadilat Sheikh Hamza, for the opening dua. Well, probably I should just go straight to Dr. Hamza then. Takbir. That was a bit of an impromptu, but I know he's able and capable. Takbir.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك هنبنا وإليك المصير. اهدنا صراط المستقيم. اهدنا صراط المستقيم. اهدنا صراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم من النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وحسن أولئك رفيقا. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين وجعلنا للمتقين إماما. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. Allah, in your name, we want to start this historical occasion. Our intention is to deliberate on the affairs that affect the life of the believers in your religion. We call on you to please guide our intellect. Let this effort be in the straight path. At the end of the exercise, let us have every cause to say, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Takbir. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Dr. Hamza, for that very short and concise dua. May Allah accept it as act of ibadah from all of us. Allahumma ameen. Next, inshallah, when we look through the program of events, we have next is a Quran recitation and translation. My sister that will do that for us, inshallah, is Sister Habiba Obola. And Takbir.
الشيطان الرجيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر في حسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأنكبوا الوزن بالقسط ولا تكسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والهب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجنان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ولا الجوار المنشآت في البحر كالأنعام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كل من عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يسأله من في السماوات والأرض كل يوم هو في شان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان سنفرغ لكم أيها الثقلان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذوا إلا بالسلطان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يرسل عليكما شواظ من نار ونحاس فلا تنتصران فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فإذا انشقت السماء فكانت وردة كالدهان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيومئذ لا يسأل عن ذنبه إنس ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يعرف المجرمون بسيماهم فيؤخذ بالناصية والأقدام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان هذه جهنم التي يكذب به المجرمون يطوفون بينهما وبين حميم فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ولمن خاف مقام ربه جنات فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ذواتا أفنان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما عينين تجريان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما من كل فاكهة زوجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان متكئين على فروش وطائنها من استبرق وجنتين دان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما قاصرات الطرف لم يطمثهن إنس قبله ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كأنهن الياقوت والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان هل جزاء الإحسان إلا الإحسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ومن دونهما جنتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مدهامتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما عينين ضاختان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما فاكهة والنخل ورمان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما خيرات حسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان حور مقصود في الخيام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان لم يطمثوهن إنس قبلهم ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان متكئين على رفرف خضر وأبقار حسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان تبارك اسم ربك ذي الجلال والإكرام.
Thank you very much. May Allah Azza wa Jalla accept this as an act of ibadah from the reciter as well as all of us who silently listen. May Allah make it hujjah in our favor and not against us on the day of resurrection. Allahumma ameen. May Allah increase in knowledge, my sister. Inshallah, as noted, for this year, the Fomwauk Marriage and Family Life Conference is looking at the best amongst us. We are here to celebrate the very best amongst us. Who are the best? Who can be the best? Who can be part of this? These and many more, inshallah, we will get to learn from our selected speakers. I have the pleasure of inviting and introducing the chairman for this session, because we have several sessions today, inshallah. He's our father, somebody I would like to describe as a gem in our crown, a teacher, a fighter, and a leader. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Fadilat Sheikh Mashoud Badiri, a professor of law at the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, University of London. He is the author of and editor of several, of several books dealing with the intersection of international and Islamic law, a preacher and a leader. Also a resident consultant for Muslim Association of Nigeria, UK. And Takbir. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Also joining him is a professional commercial manager who has worked for both contractor and consultancy firms for major projects. This particular leader is somebody who will not only wait to be driven, he will drive associations, he will drive events. He is actually an actualizer. My pleasure to welcome the President, Muslim Association of Nigeria, UK, Al-Hajj Al-Ishino Al-Labi Al-Takbir. Alhamdulillah. Oni ti aba kori akoni afida na de garaga. Arwo de go garaga bege. Atakbir. We have a long list here, but I'm deliberately inviting those that are playing a particular role for this morning session because we have limited space here, that's why. It's also a great pleasure. It's like 5 and 6 to invite again the founder and Amir of Al-Muhsinun Islamic Center, Manchester. All the way from Manchester, he was able to make it early enough. He is an imam and a teacher, somebody whose great mission is to spread the message of Al-Islam in a fantastic manner. He's very engaging, highly enterprising. My pleasure to invite Imam Modiruddin Moyosore Aremu Ajikule Hussein Al-Takbir. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Also welcoming some of our teachers, talk givers here today. I welcome and recognize our father who led us in the opening prayer, Dr. Dawood Amsa. At Takbir, inshallah, we'll be enjoying him very soon, inshallah. Not forgetting one of mothers here, the former Secretary General, Al-Hajja Khadija Dabiri at Takbir, just welcoming her. Imam Mohideen Ipuwo, he will also be talking to us later. He is Imam from Nasfat Fomwauk. At Takbir, may I quickly invite our mother, Al-Hajja Hafsat Al-Kirili. At Takbir. Is there someone to usher her? Alhamdulillah. At Takbir. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah min ahlan wa salam. And I dare not leave her alone there. Al-Hajja Hafsat Al-Kirili is a full and dedicated member of Rahman Islamic Association of Nigeria for the past 25 years. She was the immediate ex-vice president of association, as well as a great contributor of our wealth, time, and experience to other groups in the community, especially Council for Nigeria Muslim Organization, CNMO, and of course, a mother and a teacher. May Allah Azza wa Jalla increase you in daraja. Allahumma Ameen. I am also pleased, if I could, if she's not too busy, may I invite Alaja Khadija Dabiri to also join Alaja Kerele on the higher table. Takbir. I'm doing all this on behalf of a lot of our mothers, just to spice it up a bit. May Allah accept this as act of ibadah from all of us. Allahumma Ameen. Also with us here to address us, she's been here for quite some hours. One of our speakers, Dr. Mistura Oyebisi Aziz at Takbir. She'll be looking at the ideal Muslim husband and wife. MashaAllah. Bismillah. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. She is currently an associate professor of Physiology, University of Ilorin, Nigeria. She attended Yejide Girls Grammar School for her secondary school education. Should I even start from that secondary school? No, I think I better just save the time. May Allah Azza wa Jalla accept this as act of ibadah from all of us. We will enjoy more of her. I'll keep my mouth short, inshallah, as I just hand over the microphone to the chair of this session. At Takbir.
السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الكريم. Mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have to start by commending Fomwauk UK for this annual family conferences. They have been holding it for some time, and I think it's a very, very important event which we should all perhaps keep permanently in our diaries, and which we should also support annually, because as we know, the family in Islam is the cornerstone of society, and when the family is firm and good, the community is firm and good, and society is also firm and good. Now, for this year's conference, the theme, the best among you are the best to their families, I think is very, very appropriate, but it's also a challenge to every one of us. And I'll speak a little bit on it. I know I'm invited here today as the chairman. I am not required to preach, just to say some few words of a chairman's speech. Those who will preach to us will be coming. But I'll say a few things about this statement. The best among you are the best to their families. This theme, I believe, was motivated by a hadith of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it's a very, very sound hadith. We find it both in Ibn Majah and Sunan Tirmidhi. It was narrated by Aisha and also one of the confirmed prophets, or the companion of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As Muslims, we know we all strive to be the best in whatever we do, and Allah enjoins us to try and be the best, because we are part of a community, we are part of an ummah whom Allah describes as the best community ever raised for mankind. We all know this ayah in Surah An-Nisa, Quran chapter 3, ayah 110. We all know it. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. That we should try as much as possible to be the best. Now, you know, the Sahaba, a lot of the time, they try as much as possible to find ways by which they will achieve the injunctions of Allah in the Quran. Now, if you look at the sharh of this hadith didn't just come by itself. Some narrators indicate, some exegists, hadith exegists indicate that actually somebody came to ask the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that, what can we do to be the best? That is, what can lead us to do the best? And the Prophet answered, khayrukum li ahli wa ana khayrukum li ahli. The importance of this hadith is that it combines two aspects of the sunnah. You know, the sunnah of the Prophet are divided into categories. There's a category called sunnah qawli, that is what he says. People may not see him doing it. They just say he recommends things, he says them. And there are others that are categorized as failing. He won't say them, but he does them. People see him doing it, and that is his sunnah. And the third is takriri, which he sees people doing, and he doesn't condemn it. It means he tacitly approves it. But he found out this hadith, and it's very rare. The Prophet combines two. He first says that the best of you is he who is best to his family. And he now confirms that, look at me. I am the best to my family amongst you. So he said, don't only look at what I'm saying, but if you look at my practices within my family, I am even the best in relation to that. And it's a big challenge for us. You know, whether we like it or not, we are all family members. Either as a father, as a mother, as a husband, as a wife, as a child, as a brother, as a sister, as a father. We are all part of a family. That's just the truth. So it's a very big challenge for us in relation to evaluating ourselves, in relation to what role do we play in family. You know, and when we say being the best, There are a lot of examples. If you want to talk about being a father, there are a lot of examples in the life of the prophet, which I believe our ulama will talk about. And if you want to talk about being a mother within the family, the Ummahatul Mu'mineen, that is the wives of the prophet, the mothers of the believers, we see a lot of examples in them. And also youths, people who lived around the prophet, children within family. So I think we should try as much as possible. As I said, it's a challenge for us. We need to try as much as possible to examine ourselves, how our family is, and what role do we play in it, you know? And it's even in the world today, you find out that, I mean, nearly everybody keeps talking about family. I mean, tolerating the unpleasant situations that might occur within family. It's not only about tolerance, actually. It's about accepting ourselves within family and also cooperating. And a lot of the time, our focus is on the husband and the wife. And it is rightly so, because that is where family starts, particularly within Islam. That is where family starts. Our mothers, our fathers, that is our assignments. Our mothers and our fathers are part of our family. But if you look at it, our mothers and our fathers started as husband and wife. You know, so a lot of the time within Islamic family law, they will tell you that the family within Islam is based on marriage and blood relations. But the people who understand properly will tell you that actually it is only on marriage, because blood relations emerge from marriage. I mean, that's just it. There can be no blood relations. It has to be through marriage. So the only way by which we build families in Islamic law under Islam is through marriage. And this is why a lot of the time when we talk about marriage, we concentrate on, when we talk about family, we concentrate on marriage. And it's very, very important. So in marriages, marriages sometimes are very rocky. And when I say this is a challenge, if the prophet says that the best of you is who is best within the family, it means it's a competition between me and my wife to ensure that when I want to be the best, and the wife will also want to be the best. If we take it that way, we will solve our problems. You know, if you understand, it's a challenge. That the problem, it's both ways. You know, though sometimes people translate this hadith in one way, they put all the weight on the husband. When you see some translating it saying that, well, the best of he is he who is best to the family. And when they try to explain it, they will always talk about the husband doing this, doing that. But if you look in the Sham, it relates to the prophet. It says the best of you, even though the verb is a masculine plural verb, khairukum. But in language, in Arabic language, it can be used for general. You know, it can be used to cover both male and female. Actually, the Quran usually uses it. When the Quran talks about it, when it talks gender freely, it uses that masculine verb. So it relates to both the husband and the wife, the children, everybody within the family. If you understand this well, it challenges every one of us. We all want to be best within the family. And if that is our motive, believe you me, we'll be able to keep our family well. Because we'll be competing. If you see any fault, you just try as much as possible to find ways of making it better. You know? And we wouldn't, a lot of the time I advise people, based on this hadith, no one needs to be defensive within a relationship, within a marriage relationship. If, for example, something goes wrong, and the wife tells the husband that, well, I think this is wrong, don't be defensive. Take it in good faith, that, your wife only wants you to be better. If it is the husband who says to the husband, my wife, take it in good faith. I know all this will be looked into, but the important point I want us to reflect over, the theme is a big challenge to every one of us. It's a challenge, which we should reflect upon. So may Allah make it easy for every one of us. And may Allah make this, conference really rewarding and inspiring for every one of us. The second point I want to make is this. It is not every day that I'm invited as a chairman to occasions. Usually people who know me, I'm usually invited to talk, to speak, and that's what I normally do. And as I said, we need to support this initiative. And I know the tradition, tradition of events like this, particularly Nigerian events, when you invite a chairman, you expect them to donate. That's what you invite chairman for. And I'm a poor academic. But the truth of the matter is, I think I will need to support this to show that, not only supporting in kind, but also supporting in whatever means, so that it's important to show that, we understand the importance of this. So as the chairman of the occasion, I will pledge £200 for the support of the program. May Allah continue to make it easy for every one of us. The last point I want to make is the issue of time. Time is very, very, very important. I know a lot of the time when we say 10 o'clock, people may not turn up. Maybe those already here are not those who I should be talking to. The message is for those who are not here. But we just have to say it to commend those who are here. I take time so importantly. Believe you me, before I left home this morning, I texted the secretary, Alaja Mekuli. I knew people would not come at 10, really. But because I've had other things, I texted indicating that, well, I'll be here by 11. And I indicated that because I have other programs in the afternoon, I'll be here already for the. And when I came, I continued calling her. I thought the program was on. But when I came, I was a little bit disappointed. Those of us who are here early, may Allah reward us. My intention when we go to Islamic organizations, and what makes me to take time so seriously, is because when I'm leaving my home attending an Islamic event, I make the layer that I'm going for an act of ibadah. That's my intention. And you know what the Prophet said about Jummah? He says, anybody who comes to the Jummah, those who come early, it is like those who offered a camel for their sacrifice, for their hadiyah. Then it begins to decrease and decrease and decrease, those who come behind, until the last person, like somebody who offered an egg. Compare an egg. So if you look at it from that point of view, all those of us who are here early, don't consider it as wasted time. It will be going into your Mizan al-Khair, your book of good deeds, that you are here already. But organizers, I want us also to take note of this. If we really want to start at 11 or 12, put it there. From 11 o'clock and put Islamic time at the end of it. When it's 11, start. Anybody who comes behind, they come Ali or Kobani. That's usually very good. Even if it is 5 people, start. So that when people say that, next time when we say 11, they know that you are going to start at 11 and they will come. So may Allah accept this as ibadah for every one of us. And may Allah forgive all our shortcomings. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. التكبير.
Alhamdulillah, my job has been made very easy. We go straight, inshallah, to this session with the first keynote speech, which inshallah shall be given by the President, Muslim Association of Nigeria, Mind UK, our father, Al-Hajj Adeshino Alabi. We'll be looking at the pros and cons of digital life. We are in it. There's no running away, there's no going back. We know the pros, we know the cons, so to speak. But I will leave the talk to the keynote speaker, Al-Hajj Adeshino Abdul-Majid Alabi. At Takbir, inshallah, will be spending a few minutes with us, inshallah.
We thank Almighty Allah for giving us the opportunity to be here today. After thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I would like to greet everyone in the best greeting. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Respected Chairman Professor Mashood Adebayo Badiri, keynote speaker Dr. Istura Oyebisi Assis, guest speakers, renowned Islamic scholars, Mariam, the founder and the secretary of Fomwauk UK Islamic organizations and other countries, diplomats, members of the media, delegates from the UK and other parts of the world, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Yes, the topic before me, this topic before us today is very huge, and it's not something that can do just within 20 minutes. But I will try my best to cover the crucial part of it. I would have loved to greet everyone and salute everyone. But because of time, because time is life and life is time, that's why we go straight to the point. Actually, I would like to talk briefly about life. What is life? Life is neither fixed but not absolute. When people say life, what is life? It's not something that is fixed and is not absolute. It is very huge. Some people believe life is something that they can do away with. Yes? And at the same time, some people believe life is the beginning and the end. Some people believe life, and they don't believe there's going to be end until when they pass away. Then I will go straight to the point. What is digital? Everybody knows there's a difference between digital and analog. Even with that, even in the world of analog, people are still not believe that life is going to come to an end. Now let's move straight to what they call digital. Digital is just about how you can put 1 plus 2, or rather how you can put x raised to power 2 plus infinity x. I want to go back, pardon me, Professor, I want to go back to a little about mathematics, and that's what brought in digital. Because when you put a number together, it can form and it's infinity. And I will not go straight to that one because today we are talking about family. And I would like to thank the Fomwauk UK because they believe so much in family. And that's why they think that we need to talk about the problem within the family. And that problem is about this digital age. And then I'll go straight to the point. Now, what is digital life? The great thing about digital life is it can be anything you want it to be. That's a very huge. Because the digital we're talking about is immovable. If you leave your phone on the floor, it's going to be there forever. If I leave this laptop on this platform, it's going to be there forever. It can't move. But because of the scientists that brought it together, that's what makes it be a digital life. Now, I will not go straight to our digital age that everybody believes so much, that everybody perishes in both our public and the private life. Digital age can be described as the movement from the traditional way of living to the modern life. That's how the information about the age That's what brought the digital life we're talking about. It's an historic period in the 20th century that the rapid shift from the traditional way of getting things done. There are a lot of ways people can do things. Like 20 years ago, we can count the number of people that have a mobile phone. But now, even a child at the age of 5 will be requesting that when I got to 5, Mom, can I get what? A mobile phone. And that's why the life has turned to digital. On the other hand, digital life is a time we use a lot of our daily activities at home, places of work, communities, schools, and I thought it would be a useful topic to speak about how you can share with people, and then how we can discuss with the people to start their family. But pardon me, we don't have the young people around us to know about how important about the family. But alhamdulillah, we have people that are already settled in family life, and they can pass it to our youth. Then I move forward, I look at the movement of how we are using the internet. For example, a lot of people sitting 24 hours on the Facebook. To do what? Nothing. You keep on checking from one page to another. You are right in your room, and you have moved from US to Australia, to Jamaica, to China, back to Ibadan, go to Igbo, go to Boko Haram, and come back to London. Do you know why they come back to London? When they feel like, I'm hungry. No, what do you have in the kitchen? You move. That's what about this digital we're talking about. Most importantly, if you look at the Facebook, you will see some adverts coming to you. If you are above 60, you are going to see a lot of adverts about the funeral, about how you're going to church. It's going to target you. If you are less than 10 years in, it's going to target you how you can get, if you are a boy, how you can buy a nice shoe. That's a target about it. And provided if your parents cannot afford it, it's going to become worse. You begin to have a depression. Think about it. I don't want to talk so much about that. I just want to give the overview about it. Oftentimes, you will discover that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has carried us. And that's why he did what? He brought the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to come to our life. That's the only human being in the whole world that cannot read and they cannot write. Professor is here and you have a lot of imam to back him up. But he's the only one that knows a lot of things, more than any other man in the whole world. If he has Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's going to tell you what happened before him. He's going to tell you about Prophet Ibrahim. He's going to tell you about Prophet Adam. Where does he go die? He's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then, if you look at it, the only way we can be safe about this digital life is to go back to what? To the Holy Quran, where we are going to get the principle to guide our life. Now, what do you mean by a digital life? It's just simply about how you can manage your life. That's what we mean about digital life. Because there are a lot of benefits you can get on it. But as a Muslim, the first source of guidance in life is the Quran. So let's turn to the book of Allah for our initial inspiration in time management. Let's look at a very shortest surah, Surah to Al-Asr. It covers everything about our life. Even if it's only that surah you know, and you could digest it, you know the meaning, not only to read alone, that's enough for us to guide us about this dunya. And I went further on the chapter 103, Surah to Al-Asr, mention about principle of time management. Our last speaker, the chairman, talked about the time. I don't want to go to that one because we we are project to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what makes project? There are three things that make a project. You talk about the duration, that is the time. Because there are three resources about the management. The time, that is the duration. The second one is about the specification, informations, and the preambles. The last one, the value, the budget. What is the value of our life? So the only way we can be guided, let's go back to the Quran. And then you will look at the Surah to Astrid. Surah to Astrid talk about the beginning of it. It said, most of us have committed to memorize the beautiful short surah. As it said, we haven't used it to recite in our salat because of how small. That is very easy to recite so quickly. But do we know the meaning? Do we even see that? Wonder. Cast our mind. What's the meaning? Then let's go back to it. One of the Imam Savi has started that if Allah has revealed only this surah, should have been known for the guidance of all women, again, the guidance of whether you are black or white, whether you are short or long, whether you are anything you can think of. That's enough for us. Because that surah is not looking only Muslim. It's not only looking Christian. It's not only looking women or men. It's talking about humanity. And let's go straight to it. The beginning, Allah began the surah by taking an oath on the history. It means by time, there's a law to it. By time, look at it. What brought us to this life is time. Before we got to this life, it's time. When we are in this life, it's time. When we are living, it's time. And let me tell us, this morning, this hour we spent here is not going to come back again. It will never come back again. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to reward Fomwauk UK to set up this, because this is everlasting. We're going to get a reward for this. Inshallah. Whoever that brings family together, bonding the family, he has done a lot of job. And I won't go further about it. I want everybody to go back and go and read that surah 2 at the Astrid. It's just 3 verses. And then you could be able to see how to talk about the time. Even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala went further about one factory. There's a meaning to it. And I want us to look at it. It's still about life. And then went further. So who does the creator? Allah tell us about what is the purpose of coming to this life. Some people don't know the meaning why to come to this life. Some people don't even understand about life. You know, we're not talking about religion here. We're talking about why are you coming to this world? A lot of people believe so much. I want to have a phone. I want to have a certificate. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a very known woman in the whole society. What is it after that? What are you going to be again? I want to have a house in Central London. If you have the house, is that the hell of it? Oh, that's not the hell of it. I want to be a president. When you become a president, what else do you want to be? Tell me. I want to be on the highest in the academy. I want to be a professor. After professor, what else again? There's nothing again. That's just getting to the end of the time. Then, for a Muslim, let's thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we're Muslim. He now said, Allah tell us, let's go to Surah verse 30. He said, Allah Creator tell us about purpose in life. Allah states in the Quran that He created man to be His cleaver, His trustee on the earth. Mankind's basic trust, our responsibility is to believe in Him and worship Him. Why we come to this life for? After you have obtained everything, you went primary school, secondary school, university, you go in first class, you start working, getting married, having a very wonderful children, you have a house in London, You got a house in Lagos, you have a house in Fia, you have a house in Abuja, you have another one, because people are so, they will be pursuing something they will never get. Some people are telling, after leaving this place, some people will call their families in New York. I want to get a house in New York. Anytime we are coming from New York, I must have this life here. But you don't think about it. Having it now, when you have the New York, go out to Florida, go and have another one. What's going to come at the end of it? You are going to leave that place. The only way you can survive, that you are going to pay for dunya and thereafter, is to move closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then, what are the pros and the cons of the digital life? With a lot of explanation I've made, you can say how digitalization comes up. It's just about the technology, about the science, putting things together and it start working. Before we were using analog phone, we are now using a mobile phone. From mobile phone, we were thinking that's the end of it. BBL came, we were thinking that's the end of it. WhatsApp came, that's the end of it. No. Facebook, no. Twitter, no. There's a lot of them, Instagram. From morning to night. I couldn't believe I'm going to be a QS. I became a QS. I don't know I'm going to sit in the office for over 12 hours looking at the computer. Then when I get home again, I won't greet my wife. I just say, can I have my food? I have another thing for Muslim Organization of Nigeria. I open my laptop, I start working on it. Then I start receiving a phone call. I get a text. I get a lot of messages. That's just about digital life. I haven't talked to my daughter. I haven't told my wife. I said, my wife, how are you doing today? No. Just about digital. I didn't know how my children done in the last 2 or 3 weeks in the school. I couldn't ask because I'm even preoccupied with the digital life. And then we move quickly. That's just the brief about it. Move quickly now to the pros. I've said a lot of things about it. With any system, any policy, there must be a merit, and what's the merit? What are the merits of digital life? The merit is faster communication. The best example is about the Fomwauk UK in the last Ramadan. The first remote tafsir was done by Fomwauk UK for Allah Akbar. That's the first of its kind. Since I was born in my life, I've never done a tafsir in my bedroom relaxing. I've never done this. Only Fomwauk UK that did it. And they did it for 8 times in the last Ramadan. They brought a very respected, knowledgeable imam to talk about what is disturbing everywhere. And now today, Fomwauk UK now is the one that even bringing the family together, family cohesion, integration, collaboration, responsibility. Allah Akbar, we need to thank Fomwauk UK and the founder and the member who do a great job about it. Then after the communication employability, back home in Nigeria, if I don't know Professor Badere, I might not get a job. But with digital life, I just go on the internet, I put my CV, somebody will be calling. Are you additional? I say, yes, what can I do for you? You saw your CV. Are you interested in this? Before, when I got to the UK, I was thinking that maybe I've got a job. No, they just saw my CV and they need to call me for interview. If not because of digital life, I would have gone to see a point. Now I'm looking for a job. Can I get a job? But with digital, I could be able to do that successfully. Conference building, that's a very good example about the Fomwauk UK Ramadan Council. Social development, yes, that's what we're doing. That's one of them. This is social development. But the only thing I just want to say about this, Nigerians, if it's going to be, pardon me to say, if we want to do Owambe, you see a lot of people here, you will even get a chair. Then when you come to the Islam again, you see few people. Quran has said it. Many are caught, few are choosing. Then, family cohesion. Good example about myself. Every Sunday morning, we always do a reminder. Even to those of my children outside the home, they are in university, we do a reminder Sunday morning to talk about it. Just, I'm not an afar, they have a little knowledge about the Quran, about the Hadith. We discuss together, we set up the topic. Then when we finished, we recorded it and we sent it to whoever that is in university. It brought a family cohesion. We have a family group, we have relative group. Community building, then only, let's go to disadvantage, the negative aspect of it. Digital life, it brought a lot of what? Distraction and addiction. You see, darling, I can't find my phone. You can't even bring your family together again. It's because of your phone. Everything is on the mobile phone. Everything. Your account number, your stock card, your life, everything is there on the mobile phone. Then, pressure, peer pressure. During digital life, a child less than 8 years is under pressure. I couldn't find it. I don't know how we can know about that. I've never had it in my life, but because of the digital life. The tension in the family. Privacy, there's no privacy. Everybody knows me because I'm the president of Mariam. Everybody knows Professor Fadé. We just go on the internet, put Professor Fadé, and just set up him. We know everything about him. There's no privacy again. Then reduce family interaction. Sometimes if I want to avoid Alaja Sharifa, I'll just text her, Alaja, good morning, bye bye. I don't want to talk to her. Alaja will feel additional is letting me know. I don't want to call you. That's why I sent the text to you. So that, okay, don't think about me. Yes, that's it. Then, there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of fake news. Brexit, Trump in US, this and that. Obama is not US indigene. Additional is not from Ibadan. Buhari is second Buhari. That's a fake news, for God's sake. And you see a lot of people sitting. Sometimes you will call your husband, Dad, it's time for food. I'm coming. Sitting on what? Facebook. Mom, I'm coming. Sitting on what? Pardon me, I've never been on Facebook, and I'm not going to be on Facebook. Because there are a lot of resources, there are a lot of sources I can use to be there. I'm not condemning it, it's good. Then conclusion. The conclusion now, digitalization, it's like two sides of coins that give positive as well as negative effect. It is in our hand to decide how to use it in the right way. It is important to remember that we must use it for the resources that's going to be beneficial to us. If one of us can do it in this way, then we can save our planet from negative effects of technology, make world a safer place for present as well as for future generations. There are a lot of carbon around the whole world. Everywhere is polluted. London is polluted. If you are in London last week, you will see that they want to make a London zero carbon monoxide or whatever. But it can't be stopped. It still continues. Measuring well-being to understand whether life is getting better for people. We need to look beyond the functioning of the economic system to consider the diverse experience and living condition of the people, and as whole. Digital era is characterized by technology, which is increasing the speed and the present knowledge turnover within the economy. Yes, there's economic gain on it, there's a social gain in time within the fashion of the internet. Software can we esteem knowledge without human intervention. The one that's very important to we Muslims, Islam is the only response to humanity's search for the meaning, the purpose of creation for all men and women, for all times, has been one and is only one, to know and worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Alhamdulillah, we are blessed with ample time and other conveniences. Efficiently use it. Let's increase the blessing by toiling hard to use it in a way that will be pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then, I want you to go with this. Follow the list of good manner that we can learn from the glorious Quran. Verify information from the previous source before acting on it. Look at the Quran 49, verse 6. He said it. Once again, oppression. Don't oppress your wife. The men are not here. I would have told them, don't oppress your wife. Because you want to feed, you want to give the money to your wife to go to market, you now say, take it. No, you are oppressing her. Stop it. It can't take us to anywhere. Look at it. If one like I said it to America, it's worse than killing. It is worse than what? Killing. They are not here. Our mother, pass it to your son, pass it to your husband, pass it to your brother. If we go around, tell them. Try to make peace between husband and wife. If you know you are a man, you know you are a leader, but you don't have the knowledge of how to settle or dispute resolution, move away from it. A lot of people just harden to family crisis. Move away from it. Christ said it. Their force is in amicable manner instead of keeping or hardening your wife. If you know the relationship is not feasible, it's not compulsory, it has to be there. And I said, get out of it. People don't, our mouth don't say it because they want us, Mariam was like, but Mariam was like, a lot of women have died in silence. A lot of women have died in silence because of the bad husband. Some women are blessed, and that's not the time I bless them, they yet husband killed them. Some men are so jealous, the wife is making it. You should be happy. The source, you should be happy. What about kids that are going to business to borrow money? Your wife has it. Be happy with her. Supporting her. I'm moving away from that. Differences in color and argument are sign of honor, not means of superiority. It's there. Chapter 49, verse 13. Don't take women by force. Not take back bread gift without a valid reason, or live with them in kindness. Go to Isaiah 4, verse 19. He said, I went further. I said, don't waste time, don't waste money, don't waste knowledge, don't waste wisdom, don't waste resources. It's there in the Quran, 17. Think good of others. Don't think that you are not going to make it. Be happy with people that are successful. Maybe tomorrow before you die, it is only 1 year. Allah make you to be succeed. It's enough for you. Don't envy. Then walk in a humble manner. Respond to evils with good. I remember when I was in Yaba, the old man we said, pardon me in Yoruba. When he finished the utbah, he said, anything or I know 30 minutes is not enough for me, but I'm going to round up now. Don't order others to do good while forgetting it yourself. A lot of our leaders, a lot of our mothers, they will say, do good. Are you doing good? Are you good to your wife? Are you good to your daughters? Are you good to your son? Are you good to your brother? Are you good to your community members? It is no. Then, don't frown, turn away or neglect those who come to you. Even if you don't have it. They say, Rasulullah said, if you don't have it, it's only salam. My brother, God will bless you. Be kind. Tomorrow will be better. Sometimes when you go to Professor Valley, we tell you that. You will be okay, go down. He will not give you any locally. He will talk to you. You should not talk. And tomorrow is like Prof has something. Tomorrow will be better. But there was a time I had a challenge at work. I told Prof said, that was about 10 years before. At the end of the day, then don't enter home without what? Permission. I know it's your wife. When you are coming, it's good when some men and women, when you are getting to your own house, say Assalamu alaikum. And when you want to enter your wife's room or your room, Assalamu alaikum. Your wife will know you're coming. She can prepare it. Even if I said Salam alaikum and I'm inside, I will prepare myself. That's mistake Quran. It's what I did. That's why I didn't go to Hadith, because I have a lot of professors here and doctors will say, Ananti, where do you see that Hadith? I don't want to be talking about Hadith. I go straight to the Quran. Because the Quran is enough for me to deal with. The Quran is enough for me to deal with than go to Hadith. So then that's the last. And that's my conclusion about this. I would like to say thank you so much for listening to me. Anyone I said that is not, because you see me, I'm not a good speaker. I'm not an imam. I'm just a servant to Man UK. Anything I say that is not correct, take it, it's from me. I just can't help it. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive me. Anyone that you see that you take is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless my UK, to bless all the sisters, to bless all the brothers, to bless all our imams. Most importantly, pardon me, I will do single recognition to bless Imam Adikali because he came yesterday because of this program and he has his bag behind my car. He's going back again. Purposely because of this. I ask Allah to bless him and to be with family. Professor Baderi, no matter how busy Professor Baderi is, he will come and he will attend and he will perform. Not only that one, he will spend money. I said it last, he will do what? Spend money. We ask Allah to bless him and guide him and guide the whole family. And where Alhaja Sharifa come from, Baba, Kamaluddin, we ask Allah to bless the Mubarios, Baba, Kamaluddin, where the knowledge come from, and all our imam throughout whole Nigeria and throughout the whole world. Alhaja Nemudia will recognize her because she's the one that gave me, because of the secretary, she gave me the opportunity. And at the same time, I would like to recognize our second speaker right away from the lorry, dropping all the activities and come down purposely because of it. I ask Allah to be with you, Dr. Assis, and bless your family. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Takbir! Takbir! Alhamdulillah that Alhaji Adeshman Abi is not a scholar yet. He went into the Quran, quoting from here and there from experience. May Allah Azza wa Jalla accept it as act of ibadah from all of us. Allahumma Ameen. Inshallah, we shall have the call to prayer very soon. Pardon me if that comes within the talk. Please, let's just see it as a call to duty, inshallah. The Salat zone will be observed at 1:30, inshallah. Once that is done, we have to stop whatever we're doing for Salat. While the talk was going on, the first keynote speaker, we have the honor of having another speaker with us here. She is Sister Khadija Buadi. A teacher for over 20 years. 20 of these she taught as a senior educator coordinating key stages in Al-Muqtada Primary School, and recently she became the deputy head at Olive Tree Primary School. She is now a director at Atam Excel Tuition Center. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming and inviting to the higher table our sister Khadija Buhadi. At-Takbir. At-Takbir. Alhamdulillah. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum. Wa alaykum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Quickly, we move to the next speaker, Imam Munuddin Ajikoli Hussein. We'll be looking at how to build a happy marriage. At-Takbir is a good manager of time.
Astaghfirullah, subhanallah, walhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, wa adahu la sharika lah, la ilaha illallah. Astaghfirullah, subhanallah, walhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, wa Allahu akbar, wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-aliyyil azim. عدد خلقه ورد نفسه وزنة عرشه ومداد كلماته. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الشفيع المشفع خير خلق الله المبعوث رحمة للعالمين جد حسن وحسين إمام الحرمين ابن السبيلين وعلى آله الطيبين وأصحابه المباركين. جزا الله خيرا كومنا وجلودنا وقد معد لنا سبله ومسالكا يرحم جميع اساتذتنا ومعلمينا وشيوخنا وابائنا وامهاتنا ولكل من له من عقل علينا ولمن اوصانا بدعائك برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين. ايها الاخوان وما بواو وسيكي وابي اقولي I do not have any special I do not have any specific instruction as to what language, so that may have been an unintended violation if there was a rule as to the choice of language. Having said that, I'm happy to be here, to be joined with this Ummah. It's my pleasure. It really does not matter to me that I have to travel all the way and 24 hours to the program, because if you do what you like to do, you are pleased with yourself, and I know in that state Allah is also pleased with you. I don't know, I'm not, I'm the opposite of my friend. He was being digital. I'm quite analog, as you can see. Everything I want to say is contained here. I have to struggle a lot to be sure that I do not turn this into, what do you call this, a tribute. And so my father, Professor Masewud Kadir, because I said I would have to struggle a lot, because I've always, one of my favorite Sahaba is Masewud, Abdullah Masewud. I would say that I miss him a lot because of the accounts that I have about his person, his personality, and what he did for Islam. But then I draw so much consolation that I also have a Masewud who, by all intent and purpose, has got, I don't know how he was, but I've got a Masewud here. And so, whatever I want to talk about, I would have to resist that temptation to refer to him every now and then, because I see an example, and I see someone who says, who acts based on what he says. He's a very good keeper of time. He is a family man, and one to emulate at that. I really don't know. I'm still struggling. I attended 2 years ago Tarawih prayer, and I saw Amir. It was after the Imam. It was his dad in the first row, and immediately I saw Amir, what came to my mind was Hassan and Hussein. I said this was the same way. They disturbed Rasulullah, and I know when he was praying, I saw him. I see the connection. So what is here to talk about when we have in teaching methodology? Muslims, please, I'm going to stray into your comfort zone now, your professional comfort zone. In teaching, that's what we call paradigm. Paradigm is, if you want to describe a head, you say it's got a head, it's got this and that. But when you say this is a head, that's paradigm. So whatever I'm going to be talking about today, I have somebody who epitomizes that, who is a signpost of that, who is exactly that I'm going to be talking about. But I have to say this as well. I don't know whether it's by some coincidence or conscious or a conscious arrangement that you have to call analytically to talk about building, what I do all the time. Logically, I'm known to build, and I know the consequences of building, and I know the beauty in building. Logically, they call me, and that's my name. I'm so very proud. I don't know if you want to change your name to something more meaningful like that. Because this is what I do. When someone approached me a couple of years ago and he said, what is the meaning of your name? I said, and he said, how many houses? I know you are over 50 now. In 50 years, how many houses have you built? I said, as you are talking to me, I am building a house. As I'm here today, I am building a house. Running on a salatu, I am building a house. I have a family, I am building a house. Being invited, that's why I give so much credit to this energetic team called Fomwauk. I have never seen anything that fantastic in my life. We had Alaja Muslimat, and I said to her, without mincing words, I said to her, I will pay £200 to come and watch, to come and listen to the talk. That beautiful talk that children resonated so much with, that they have asked her to come back and back and back and again and again. I don't know. She's still to check her timetable to see when she's free in her diary for that. So it's going to be a string of tributes here and there if you like it. And I've got Alaja Sharifat. I don't know how that gets to happen. It just happens. She is so fantastic. dedicated, committed. How can somebody, having attended a program in Manchester, still had 2 places she had to go within 1 day? She said, where's the time for yourself? She's so immersed. She's so lost into what she believes in. And it's only a sad thing that we have come into this kind of empty room, but still not matter. It doesn't matter. And don't worry. It's the street path. It's not too big. So it's only people who make conscious choice to be there. Having said that, please, I will just recognize Dr. Amzat when I was giving his biography, and I said, I'm actually going there to learn today. My wife loves him like anything. He said things. She was sandwiched in the congregation. I didn't know what she was listening to. We got to the car, she started it. I said something when we had the last granddaughter, Professor Obasanjo, and she got to the car, she was talking about that man. I said, you've not seen that man. What about what I said? What about what I said? You didn't even refer to, you've not even said that. He said, your own is automatic. But saying it, I like you to say it all the time. It's not only when we are on the dining table, you say thank you. But I say thank you to you. I have to say this as a matter of general akida, that even the hypocrites, those that Allah described, those who are always at variance. When Allah says something, they want to do something else, even though at that they still believe that we do not have. The building part of this is in recognition of Allah's statement. بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم واتق فيما أعطاك الله دار الآخرة ولا تنس نصيبك من الدنيا وأحسن كما أحسن الله إليك ولا تبغ الفساد في الأرض إن الله لا يحب المفسدين. صدق الله العظيم. Allah says, of what you have, wealth, knowledge, whatever wherewithal Allah has blessed you with, use it to guarantee yourself, even if it's just a room in Jannah, and whatever you have, we have to do that all the time. This is why we are constantly, building. So it's not just me. All of us are builders in our own way, inshallah. So talking about the general akida is going to be even them. They recognize the fact that to make there's good there and there's build there. How to build a good family. The general akida is going to be of a Muslim should and is actually that. Look at the question they asked in Surah Al-Imran when they said they had. It was in a particular context that they said, "Allana min al-habr min shay'in." Is there anything that we really can influence with our own hands the way we want it? And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was asked to answer that question to say, "Inna al-habra kullahu lillah." So even if that is the only thing I'm able to say before we go for the salat, I think that is some kind of justice done to the topic. So whatever tips that I'm going to be putting forward as do's and don'ts that make marriages work, it will be on the premise, and that premise is also my conclusion, that whatever we do, we will rely on Allah to where we started from was when Allah said, Allah made all of us not to be independent of each other. We are not mutually, we need each other. So we are lazy, and this is why to achieve our objective in life, which is ibadah, then we have to have support. And this is why we have to have, let's say, purpose for marriage. And I've always seen marriage as a veritable tool, a vehicle to achieve, to address all the juvenile issues that we have, especially in this country. If you go, if you examine, if you expand the program, the topic, we can actually use a good family to correct the social ills that are so rampant in our society. If, for example, I produce a pious girl, we produce just like what the professor just said. And again to Professor, when he said that's the difference between being a professor, a doctor, and we, the ordinary ones. When he said it, whatever I've got in this digital thing here in front of me, analog, he said it in 2 minutes. He said, I've been doing this for a week now, preparing this paper. This professor, he has already torn about 3 pages of my presentation, making my life easy. Anyway, and I was wishing that he should stop, don't disgrace me via this paper, because I just said anything unconsciously. I was saying it extempo. He didn't have to commit anything to writing, and he did so, and that's why he is our father and somebody to look up to. Now, I would do, I don't know if this is pros and cons, but what I've been asked to do is to suggest ways. So having said the general Akida, I am now going to, all of the tips that I'm going to be putting forward now will now to be similar to the effort that Nana Mariam, she, radiallahu ta'ala, you know, when she was going through that pain of, when she was going through so much pain that she wished she was dead. She said to herself, I wish I was dead before this will happen to me. And I would just be forgetting something that would not, it would not even be in the memory of people. So if we are talking, I recognize and welcome my brother. He knows his own time slot, so it's not like he's late. He's conscious of his own time. He knows he has the afternoon slot anyway, so what an appropriate time to walk into this congregation. I welcome you. So, whatever, now 2 things are going together as conjoined twins. One is the general Akida is going to be Allana min al-hamr bin shay'in. That is rhetoric, even though there's an answer to that. Inna al-hamr lillah. Then, if that is it, does it mean that we will not have to sit down and do nothing about it? If I want a car, I know where to go, and I know what I've got, how much I've got, and where I can get it. So if I want the kind of marriage that we see as modest, as a typical Muslim, marriage, what should that be? Then we want to talk about all of the things I'm going to be advancing will now be summarized, bringing like example of Mariam. When she was going to have that baby, she sat down. So it's just one little effort that is required from us. Liking and likable to that. She was there, somebody who was experiencing that much pain that she wished she was dead. And what Allah did to her, she is all powerful, all knowing. He could have made the date to fall without any effort whatsoever. But because we have to just do something to make things work, you know what Allah said to her? Well, see, just a pizza, look at all of the efforts that we make to make this family work. My husband, no, I have a thing that is
أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. حي على
I am sure we'll do the next word set.
I take them. Alhamdulillah, we'll have a break now for Salat Zuhr. Inshallah, after the prayer, we'll come back for the concluding part of the lecture. Inshallah, thank you very much for that share. For the ladies, we have the prayer space at the second floor. While for the male, we go to the ground floor for Salat, inshallah. The convenience for male, I think, is to this, no, female for this side and male for this. Female on this side and male on that side. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I urge us to please, immediately after Salat, let us converge here. May Allah make it easy. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is to welcome our back for the extended morning session. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, this is to welcome us all back to the Marriage and Family Life Conference. For those who came a bit behind schedule, not late, because nobody is late. We had a very exciting first part of the morning session, so that's why I said this is an extended morning session. We had a talk on the pros and cons of digital life. Our Imam Muruddin Adikone Hussein was talking about how to build a happy marriage when we had to go for a break. The lunch will be served very soon, so we want everybody to be well seated. If you have friends, family members who are yet to come, please, this is time for us to call them, tell them that the program has greatly advanced. I also have the honor and responsibility, of course, to urge all of us to please kindly put our telephones in silent mode. We pray Allah Azza wa Jalla to grant us success in this special event. I'm only waiting for the chairman because there's a saying that Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I've been directed to invite to the higher table, probably to urge us to help in pushing the program forward in place of Professor Moshood Badiri. May I invite our father, Dr. Dawood Adeshola Hamza, to join the extended morning session in place of Professor Moshood Badiri. Takbir. Dr. Dawood Adeshola Hamza attended various institutions in Nigeria: University of Lagos, Ahmad Bello University, Zaria, the University of Ibadan, the Nigerian Law School, and of course, he has great wealth of knowledge and experience in Islamic education and Arabic, as he was a lecturer at the Islamic Cultural Center, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And of course, due to his commitment to Islamic education, he has recently become a support teacher at Markaz Islam Center, Man UK here in London. So we have a great man with a wealth of experience teaching at Markaz. May Allah Azza wa Jalla accept this as act of ibadah from you. He has got a lot of publications in his kitty. May God Almighty bless you and bless your doings. Allahumma amin. And with that also, I have the honor of welcoming one of our special guests here. He is our brother who will also be joining us much later in the afternoon session. He is the Secretary General of the Muslim Council of Britain, MCB, Brother Harun Khan. He is the initiator of the Eid celebration at London's Trafalgar Square. He is the chair of the MCB London Committee between 2006 and 2010, when we had great changes and improvement to the activities of MCB. Part of his projects, which the MCB has greatly done well with, is the Visit My Mosque campaign, not forgetting great groundbreaking initiatives, which includes Women in Mosque Development Program, Mosque Our Future, and lots more. He is a man that believes greatly in bringing greater diversity through the engagement of women and the youth in Islamic organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming and saying ahlan wa sahlan to our brother, the Secretary General of MCB, Brother Harun Khan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You want to salam alaikum, right? At least let people hear you say it. And takbir, alhamdulillah. Quickly, I hand over to the chairman extended morning session to invite Imam Oniruddin Ajikole for the concluding part of his lecture. And takbir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We record that before the Dhuhr prayer, Imam Ajikale was telling us that by virtue of his name is about building. And then he is now invited to tell us how to build a Muslim family. So we continue to enjoy the submission of our brothers and Imam. Bismillah.
Once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May Allah accept that as an act of ibadah. As I was saying, before we went for prayers, it was a bit of background as to the kind of house that I like to build. And the most prominent of the houses that I've been building is the one that I started unofficially about 32 years ago, and officially about 27 years ago. Believe you me, you don't stop building it. I know how many projects that people started and have completed, but I just see that it's different with building marriages. You continue to just see spots, you patch up. You see, because of the dynamics of the institution of marriage itself, it's a continuum. It's not something that you finish in one day. So now I said I've got a few tips. I am becoming from that experience as a married man for that length of time. The life, alhamdulillah, I think I'm enjoying it. It can't be better, but I am very sure that I would ask for my wife again in another life, if there was another life. And that's how much I've enjoyed. If a man stands before you and he says, I want to be remarried to my woman, because we are very difficult to please sometimes. So I would say one major model that I like to adopt is one proposed by His Eminence Abu Alam Hudud. If you do that, I go for all of these points because they are, if you mention one of them, they actually touch on every single aspect of marriage. A marriage is very sweet from the point of the bride being handed over to the groom. It's very everything, you are friends. But the only time that we have challenges is when you start facing the reality of two people who have lived their separate lives for the amount of time that they were apart before they came together. You are bound to be having issues. Having issues is not a thing that it is a sunnah. It must happen. The days of our life, they are not the same. Days that you would ride your Okada, and the day that your Okada will ride you back home. So as Muslims, we have to be fortified with the iman that is potent enough to handle all of these eventualities. They will happen. What I say to mine, using the model of Abu Hudud, what he said is, when, if we all regard marriage as ibadah, faculty, it is all that you need to have a very successful marriage. I am taking it. If what I do has consequences, if because I'm not allowed in the first instance to join the team who sign up to celibacy, because there's no celibacy in Islam. So it's not a thing that you have choice over. And again, if I have responsibility and there are going to be consequences, I think it makes common sense that I deal with it very, very to the best of my ability, and I put my all into it, because Rasulullah says, I am a shepherd. My wife is also a shepherd. And where that becomes individual responsibilities now is, I am going to be answerable based on my flock, and she is going to be responsible based on her flock. When you say the other part of the hadith, if you move further, it says a man is the shepherd of his over his wife, and he will be asked about how he managed the wife. But the wife is who? The shepherd, the whole house. The house that also contains the man, which means you have so much responsibility falling on your shoulders as our moms. That one taken. Number two, when you had an identity before you went into the marriage. The marriage that you went to, there was a title before you became a missus. That title was given to you by none other than your believer. He says, Wali mu'minuna, wali mu'minatu, ba'dukum awliya ba'din, ya'muruna bil ma'rufi, wa yan'auna 'anil munkari, wa yuqimuna as-salata, wa yu'tuna az-zakata, wa yuti'una Allah wa rasulahu. Kila no wa wi pa, wa yuti'una Allah wa rasulahu. Ulaika sayarhamuhum Allah, inna Allah azizun hakim. So the Allah says, before you got married, I was a Muslim. I'm still a Muslim, but I'm like you are a Muslim, and I'm still a Muslim. We share common attributes. What are the attributes? We enjoy good. We forbid evil. We give sadaqah and zakah. We give alms. We follow Almighty Allah. Allah now says, in reward for that, and in return for all of that, I would give you, Sayyid, I will show you my mercy. So don't go into your marriage with loads of Allah's mercy. You are coming from here, I am coming from here. Let's go into that relationship with that background. I'm coming from a background. This is why you have to marry for the correct reasons, for the right reasons. And that's making my second point. Marry for the right reasons. You know, so many reasons why people get married, especially in this part of the world. Allah Akbar. And when you go for them, it does not strike you, because sometimes it's spontaneous. Some people it's just for security. To some people it's like, I want to establish myself, I want to stay young. Not an average African man, but a man who push a trolley. We are now used to pushing it. Trolley. He would love to push trolleys. And he does his own out of sincere love. Because no matter how marriage, you know what it was like the first day. It got me, that was something that attracted you to me. And that was something that attracted me to you. Why put a stop to it? Does marriage mean discontinuing? Having to discontinue? You are the most glamorous of all girls I have ever seen before I went for you. Now you take me for granted. You think I do not want to see the same glamour again. You don't. You take me for granted. Only got the metals. When I go out, whatever appearance I like you to appear in it, I'll go out and buy you make it, renew it on a daily basis. Now, number 3 points that I like to make is, you compete, do not compete, rather complement. ولا تتمنوا من فضل الله به بعضهم على بعض للرجال نصيب مما اكتسبوا وللنساء نصيب مما اكتسبن وسألوا الله من فضله إن الله كان بكل شيء على كل شيء عليما. إن الله كان بكل شيء عليما. You do not start rivalry with your man or with your woman. Everybody you are near, we are created. There are certain things that we do not have power and control over. When Allah says, Ma ashiyaditu kumi, khalaqa as-samawati wal ardi wa la khalaqa anfusahum. I did not call you into witness or to have a say. When you go to a factory, you want a car, you can tell them, I want this AC. When he was getting his Benz, he was told the specifications, what he wants. I want the AC here, I want that thing there. You need it. You've seen a building you like to build, you invite your surveyor, come and see this and like this and that. Who says that to Allah when you are being created? Accept yourself the way you are. Stop whinging. Stop complaining about yourself. Tell you what, I am beautiful. And indeed, you are beautiful. Make yourself beautiful. Imam Shafi'i, on the very day he got married, and he said to his wife, he says, I'm getting married to you. Before we start anything, relationship or anything, I'd like to say this to you. If we go into that covenant and we have this exchange between us, it makes life a lot easier for both parties. What did he say to him, to the wife? Because it's an authority and I don't want to misquote him. He says, Hosna Afua Bindi. Only Tadini Mawadati. After our marriage, please, Hosna Afua Bindi. For me to stay with you for long, please, just be gentle with me. He was saying that to his wife. I know myself, I've got temperament. I know myself, I've got this and that. They exchanged their weaknesses, where I am good, where you are good. When you are complimenting, you now play down on your weak points. Why is it that in our daily lives, we are able to apply the SWOT analysis, but when it comes to your relationship with God, if you throw it into the back burner, why are we not talking about your strengths? This strength. Takbir. My SWOT analysis. Allah has made me, I can make myself an example. Allah has made me, I'm so lazy. The only thing that I did not get about is cooking. I like food. I cannot cook. But where I'm making that up, where I'm complimenting, the busiest part of my house is my kitchen. If anybody has been to my house, they will testify to that. The busiest part of my house, my wife goes there to receive in the morning like she's going to work. She goes with her bag, and that's where she stays until she goes to work. What happens in that? Because I know I cannot cook, I become a messenger, and I do it with all pleasure. When you see it as ibadah, we are talking about I'm competing. I want to compliment, I can't cook. She goes to work. She tells me, they know me where I do my shopping. Everything. I cannot cook. And this is adding up. So it gives me the confidence when I see that I'm not going to get the same response if I did not have an input into that. I will even have some guilt in me. My guilt is going to, it won't allow me to do that. But I know I've done something in that kitchen and I'm expecting something in return. So we have carried Iman into that. So I'm typical of any act of ibadah. Taqwa is at the center of any act of ibadah. For it to qualify as an act of ibadah, then it must necessarily have the taqwa content. Innama yataqabbalu Allahu minal muttaqin. For any act of ibadah to be acceptable to Allah, it must be the one that was taken, that was done in a state of taqwa. Because Allah says, like my friend, he says, to bless him. He doesn't talk about this, he just wants to bless him. Because he knows the Quran cannot be contradicted. You can say this is not him, this is trouble. So in the same manner, even though whoever knows me knows that I spend a lot of my time, grasping, Quran. I collect, when you say you collect stamp, I collect the Quran. So Allah says, in everything that we do, in tattaqullaha لكم فرقانا ويكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم. All of our meeting died. We have an Allah who has no rivals. He knows the end from the very beginning. And he says, when you just fear me, and that's just the part, it's just all you need to do. Just apply taqwa, and it will open the floodgates of successes to everything that makes life, all right for you. If you make your marriage work, you are the first beneficiary of that. And they say, Wala tenteki faith awolati ina dobu woyawu rokechiti yeso. The Imam Shafi told his wife, please, anytime that I'm angry and I'm being righteous, it does not mean that I'm right all the time. Most times, in fact, I am wrong. But leave me to it. Don't let us have two players on the platform at the same time. I will realize my folly. I will come back. Again, there are two magic words that we don't say to each other. It doesn't help. We don't say sorry. We don't say thank you. You know why, men? When we were there, Prof was saying to me, please, when it's your turn, tell the women, when I said this, he said, tell the women that they should stop oppressing us as well. You are talking about men and men. Ati Fiba, Ati Wala Tile, Ati Juno Biba, Ishoma Africa, Ishoma Nipa. You come here and you threaten us with police, Mapolopa. You bati shine, you are Toma, your Tentuba as a consequence. And I want to tell stories about you or anything. So if you are not, you are just being an opportunist. If you are not in a country where you can do that, can you go back to Nigeria and say you want to call police? Or what would you do then? So Rishi very and we don't say thank you. Then I'm now in trouble with Mr. Wale Hassan. He's been doing something like that. I need to say this. I'm in love with my triple T. I'm in love anytime I talk about marriages. I love my triple tree. What did I say? Triple T. Say what? That is truthfulness, trust, and tolerance. When you use all of this, there are major ingredients. Truth, truthfulness, trust, and tolerance. We have a tolerance of each other. You won't be jealous of me. In my life, if my wife buy, if she lies, let her go and buy the chip my friend just got. I will ride it with pleasure. So you have a man the only thing is we like our respect and we don't want anything to happen to her. We like our respect and you love loyalty. If they say to a woman now, I am going to be concluding now with a small story. It lasts just 1 minute. And that's attitudinal. It is 100% attitudinal. Attitudinal in the sense that there will be issues. There will be issues. Develop your own mechanism for resolving your issues. What works for me will not work for the others. The woman, you say, no, I won't talk to her again. Oh, you don't give her liberty. She doesn't. I'm not eating your food again. Tell them go. She won't. She doesn't even want to cook. So in your house, what works for me is I've made sure that my wife has no friend other than me. So she will start missing me now. So you will see that as soon as we come back together, she said a lot. I said, oh, look at what this one has wanted to tell me. Okay. And me, so missing each other sometimes work. It works a lot. And sometimes, please know when to press the pause and stop buttons. When to back you, I will go on holiday twice in a year. Where it's just me and my wife. I am the one who does all the shopping. Just don't worry, we are there for me. Beginning my room. no thought that for now me they do am. So it works for me. Please remain, it is the sunnah of Rasulullah to remain positive all the time. If anything happens, just see it as a Muslim that this is happening for a purpose. When you see it is obviously bad, make the best out of that situation. And I'm going to be concluding, citing with this narration of a rich man, very, very intelligent. He had sons, he had children, alhamdulillah. But there was a bolt to his life, and that was what? He had one of his legs crippled, I think, stroke or something. He limbs anyway, and one of his eyes, he doesn't have, he has just one eye. It's one-eyed man. So whenever his children move around, you know what they said to them? Pass unspeakable, comments about their baba. Your dad is this, your dad is that. They will always come back home sad. And he told her Dad, you know what happened? I think we are tired of going out because each time we go out, it is the same all the time. They say to us how our daddy is a one-eyed man, how he's crippled and he cannot walk about. You know what? He said, I've got a lesson to tell him to share with everybody, to teach them. Go and call the whole of the people in this town. They came, they assembled there, and he said, I've got an assignment for you. That assignment, nobody knew what it was, but they knew what he promised as reward for that. What was the reward? He said, I will give you, all that I have in terms of riches, I will divide them into half. You will go without. Are you serious? Yes, I am serious. I've never lied before. And I've got the means. So they came. Everybody was waiting. It's just one example, one assignment. What was the assignment? Nobody knew. But where they called them from. Can you do it? I can do it. He said, you will just draw something for me. Do you know how to draw? I'm sure the likes of Alavi would have raised his hand because he is so there. So one of them, three of them raised, I think two of them at first raised up their hands that they can draw. He said, what are you going to be drawing? He said, we don't know. He said, it is me. Come and draw me. The first guy came forward, drew the man. He drew, he thought he was being truthful. He drew him exactly the way the guy was. No one leg, no one eye. He said, you are in trouble today. He asked them to be flogged 40 lashes of the whip. They gave him. He got nothing. The second person stepped forward and he said, oh, he didn't know how to, he doesn't know diplomacy. He came and he asked them, draw. And he drew exactly, he now drew the man with two proper legs and two normal eyes. He said, is that me in the picture? You are a liar. He got the same treatment, they beat him like anything. The third guy from somewhere, from far behind, raised up his hand and he said, what? Can't you see what has just happened? What? He said, I know how to do it. He said, he now drew, when he started, he got the pen. Do you know what this is? He said, just don't worry, I will draw you very well. Because my mind is telling me something, and that's exactly what I'm going to interpret via my drawing. He drew Clement Wigana, antelope. He drew an antelope first in front. And he drew the man holding a gun in his hand. When he interpreted that, he said, if anybody is chasing something like antelope in front, you are bound, you are running. So your leg is not straight. Yeah? The high, if you want to shoot to get your target, it's like you have to tag the well. So he made him not have one eye, he did not have one leg in that picture. And he gave all of what he promised to him. He said, that is how a Muslim mind should work. There's no marriage that will not work. Don't say it to yourself, it will not work. We've reached the end of the road. Look at it from the perspective of the guy who killed the antelope first and the man with the gun. And he went difficult to look at it. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin.
Alhamdulillah, when you see teachers don't ask questions anymore, you will surely see. He was able to just not only talk to us, he was able to make us participate. When he was saying, T, say it again, T. Allah Azza wa Jalla increase you in wisdom. Alhamdulillah, with the permission of the able chairman of the morning, extended morning session, and I invite one of our special guests here. I have actually said a bit about him. It's indeed a joy as Fomwauk UK to identify with MCB. MCB have been a fantastic partner in the development of our community. We pray Allah Azza wa Jalla to increase you in merits, both in this world and hereafter. And on top of MCB, we have Brother Harun Khan, the Secretary General of the Muslim Council of Britain. He is a born and bred Londoner. He's got a lot of projects here and there. We pray Allah Azza wa Jalla to increase you in knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, as a welcome for a short speech from Brother Harun Khan. At-Takbir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد. The key introduction part was a short speech because I'm between you and lunch, I think it is. So inshallah we'll keep it very short. Firstly, Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh to all my lovely brothers and sisters here today for this amazing conference. Sister Rashida, thank you for inviting me and this opportunity really to be here, and special salam to our respected Shuyukh, I should say Dr. Dawood, the guest, and of course our beloved President, a brother from Oakland Mosman UK, inshallah, and to our sisters here. Sister Rashida, I haven't seen her, I'm not sure if she's here, maybe in the background. What can I say? I think I should actually welcome you all, not only to this masjid, but to this area, because this is the area that I was actually born and bred in. So my house is literally, original birthplace is only 3 minutes away from this mosque. I spent my entire youth in this masjid, from a very, very early age, from the age of 5. And so I've seen this institution grow from a small porter cabin to the huge institution that it is now. Even though I've moved from the area, it's very close to my heart. All the people here, and the masjid here has really shaped me as a person, who I am. My association with the masjid has made me who I am. I spent a lot of my youth volunteering in the mosque, helping out with many events and events and programs over the many decades now, really. And family and marriage, which is the theme of today, I don't think I need to give you any speeches or lectures about that, because there are much more esteemed scholars here today which are covering that topic. Firstly, let me say, for those of you who are new to the Muslim Council of Britain, we are an umbrella organization, over 20 years old, representing over 500 mosques, Islamic organizations and charities across the UK. And we're a membership body, so all of the, including Federation of Muslim Women's Association, including Muslim Association of Nigeria, UK, and some of the other organizations. I can see CNMO there, and lots of other organizations across the UK are our members. And our job is really to be a representative voice for our members to wider society, which is why we do the big events that we do around the country, Our Mosques, Our Future, Visit My Mosque, and media representation when things happen and the media wants somebody Muslim to say something, respond on negative and positive things, to defend Muslims. That's our position, that's our role. So advocating on behalf, and also building the capacity of our institutions and our people, like the Our Mosques, Our Future conference that some of you have been to, is to develop institutions so that we can deliver better, develop our people and our communities so that we can all contribute successfully to society as a whole. That's the MCD really in a nutshell. Family and marriage. You know, I'm sure you've already heard the importance of it, the strong sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ about marriage, about family. I think the title on the front page of the booklet about being the best to your families. And there are many hadith which explain this and what the Prophet ﷺ did himself in bringing up his family. For myself, I'm happily married, alhamdulillah, as many people say, for many years. I have 3 daughters who are growing up, one adult and 2 old teenagers. And it's a big challenge. It's not easy, but alhamdulillah, I'm thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me a good, healthy family. And also in my role as MCB, the work that we do, all the volunteering that we do, that when you do things as a family, it's much more effective and supportive. And hence that I've seen here at this event, and when I came for iftar to Oaken Road, I saw the family atmosphere, mashallah. It's amazing, it really is. It brings joy to your heart that we can do this kind of work, and at the same time, we are pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is what we're doing. We're pleasing Allah through this tradition, this sunnah, act of bringing our family with us on this journey. That, what did Allah say to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? He said, "Qu anfusikum wa ahlikum nara," save your people from the fire, and go to your qawm. It's our people. So whoever your people are, whoever your communities are, wherever you are, the people around you are your communities that you need to save. They are the first and foremost. Forget everybody else. Because the person who will have to answer on the Day of Judgment is myself. And then after that, my duty lies with those near to me, my family, and my friends, and my community, and it expands out that way. So I hope, inshallah, today you get all the benefits that you see today around this topic, inshallah, and that we continue to work collaboratively together as we have been doing for some time now, and develop this into something much greater, inshallah, so that we can set an example to wider society of the best of Islam, how Islam and Muslims can be the best example to people about what married life and family life means to us and how it can actually help to improve society as a whole. Jazakumullah khairan wa akhiran walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Atakbir. Thank you very much, our brother Abu Khan. That says it all. When you do things for charity, when you volunteer a lot, it only prepares you for a higher ground. We pray Allah Azza wa Jalla to increase you in daraja. Allahumma ameen. Join me, inshallah, is my sister to co-anchor, because we're moving from morning gradually to the afternoon section. Sister Kafaya in day 2. Atakbir. And she'll be introducing the next speaker.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I feel so privileged to join you today, and it's been a wonderful one. Senior Khalid, I love the fact that we're talking about marriage. We've heard from the men, the lecture. I'm sure we enjoyed it, didn't we? Especially the penultimate speaker, right? And MCB chair, that was really wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. Our honorable group presidents, chair of the extended morning stroke afternoon, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to now introduce a female speaker, because just like the chairman of the morning session said, ties in families by marriage. Marriage is in Islam with the men and with the women. So I'm going to hear from you. I'm going to introduce the learned person to you. She's Dr. Mistoria B.C. Aziz. When I read the profile, I was really so thrilled, because she started her career, when I say career, I've jumped primary, secondary. I've gone straight into uni. from Lautech, where my sister started. And then she did a master's and PhD from the University of Lagos, of which I'm a graduate. And I have many senior colleagues here present. She's an associate professor of physiology of the University of Ilorin, the reputable university in Nigeria, primarily as a vet. She's well learned in the academic sector, isn't she? But she's not left Islam. She has been the national Amir of East Java Prayer Group of Nigeria since 2009, I presume till date. She's a member of many other religious organizations. She was the Amir of Muslim Women Council in Ibadan for 4 years, 1996 to 2000. She was a member of Fomwauk in Ibadan. She's a mentor to many youths. I'm looking forward to listening to her because I know I'm going to learn so much. And we all will be learning so much. It's a pleasure, ma'am. Please welcome. Takbir. Much louder. Takbir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu. Assalatu wassalamu alayka ya Rasulallah. 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 Thank you very much, my sisters. The chairman of this occasion, Professor Badr in absentia, and the current chairman, my brother Hamza, the organizers of this program, the Amira, the secretary, and other executive members of Fomwauk UK. The second keynote speaker of today, my dear brother Abdulmajid Adeshina Alabi. Our fathers and husbands here present, the other guest speakers of today, honorable guests here present, men and women of the press here present, our children here present. I say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am on the analog side, like my brother. I didn't know there would be a projector. I feel highly delighted and honored to be invited and be part of this August program, not only as a keynote speaker, but as part of the community. I thank the organizers, especially my dear friend, Mrs. Tony Mebude, for deeming fit for me to talk here today. I thank Almighty Allah for making it possible for me to come all the way from Nigeria and be part of this program. The topic of today is very important that must not only be discussed at this occasion, at occasions like this, but in our different homes and families. Our children, male and female, must know how to prepare for marriage before going into it, because it is a life contract planned and managed by Allah Himself. Now, what is marriage? My predecessors have talked so much about what marriage is, and I want to quote an hadith that says, when a servant marries, he perfects half of his religion. Let him fear Allah with regards to the remaining half. Marriage is encouraged for those who have reached the age of physical and psychological maturity. It should not be unnecessarily delayed if there is a suitable partner available and the means to establish the family. Divorced people, widows and widowers are also encouraged to remarry. Religious celibacy is strongly discouraged in Islam. Therefore, although marriage is not a compulsory duty for all people under all circumstances, and due allowance is made for those who do not have the capacity for marriage. Choosing the right partner. Marriage can go wrong from day one of it if the couples are basically incompatible. Prevention in this respect is better than cure, and it is very important to try to ensure that one is looking for right qualities in a marriage partner. The Prophet ﷺ says, a woman may be married for 4 reasons: her wealth, her rank, her beauty, and her religious character. Therefore, choose the one with the religious character and prosper. The same applies to a husband to be chosen by a woman. It is unwise for a woman to accept a man's proposal because he's handsome, is rich, or because of his social status. All these are no qualities that guarantees happiness in your marriage. A girl or a woman should pray regularly for a good husband. She should also find out as much as possible about the character, religious practice of any suitor that approaches her. Now, let me go into the qualities of an ideal husband to be. Then we will discuss the quality later after the marriage. These qualities are the qualities to be considered before the marriage. The first one is taqwa. Verily, the most honorable of you with Allah is that who has taqwa. This is an hadith. And I think this taqwa is very, very important. It is what can hold the family, just like my brother said. And if you look at the surah that discusses marriage, or that is dedicated and discuss more of marriage, Surah An-Nisa, you will see that the first verse of that chapter is talking about taqwa, and it's strongly warning us. It goes thus: O people, be careful of your duty to Allah, who created you from a single being and created its mates of the same kind, and spread from these two many men and women, and be careful of your duty to Allah, by whom you demand one another, and to ties of relationship. Surely Allah ever watches over you. This is a strong warning that people do not pay cognizance to before going into marriage. The second quality of an ideal husband is religious commitment. A lady should be sure that the person that has proposed to you or you are planning to marry is a little higher than you spiritually, and will be somebody who can direct you when you are missing your steps, not somebody you are actually higher than. And that is what happens that makes problems. Just like my brother was saying, when he knows that he cannot cook, but he knows what to supplement, because he knows his duty, and he's able to apply taqwa and religious commitment into picking onion, assisting him in ewedu, preparing ewedu, assisting him going to the market. Yes, the wife will feel relieved, but husband will come home with what I need. It's a big relief when that happens. And the third point is it should come from a good family of a known lineage. If two men come to propose marriage to one woman and they are equal in terms of religious commitment, then preference should be given to the lineage. Is it from a good family? Is it from a family where they cause problem? Is it from a family where they don't want the wife to prosper? And so on and so forth. All this should be considered. You know, in those days, parents used to look for the origin of the husband or the wife before they commit accepting either the wife or the husband. But these days, I think that is running out of factors by some families. You should have knowledge of the Quran. If you find someone like this, it is good. Otherwise, you should realize that you need it. You need a man that you can sit together and pray. When you are talking about nafila in the night, it will not be somebody who does not have the knowledge of it. I will say, no, you don't need that. Why should you? I want to increase my knowledge. I want to go to Arabic class in the evening. No, you don't need that. I don't want that. I won't release you. We have seen situations like that. Sufficient wealth to keep him and his family from having to ask for begging people to support them to live. He should be kind and gentle towards women, because the Prophet ﷺ said to Fatima, as for Abu Jamal, his stick never leaves his shoulder, referring to the fact that he used to beat a woman a lot. He was referring to Abu Jamal. He should be healthy, free of fault, and not a sickler, not somebody, and he should not be sterile. That is, he must be sexually active, because this is an important aspect of marriage. It is permissible for the woman to look at the man who comes to propose marriage. The two of them must see themselves, and they must be acceptable to one another. According to Islam, the woman's wali should check on the man who proposes marriage, and the woman is under the guardianship of somebody. The family must be sure that this man is capable in all aspects before they accept to give out the wife into marriage. What are the qualities of an ideal wife to be considered by a man who is in need of a wife? It is very important to support righteous company that begins with a Muslim society. What I'm trying to say here is that we should allow our children to grow up in the midst of Muslims, because it is very likely that a choice is made in the midst of where you have friends. If you are in the university, you try and find yourselves playing, having friends amongst Muslims. And this will not make you to say, no, I don't see a Muslim. I cannot see a Muslim. It is very, very important when our children grow up in the midst of other Muslim children. He should choose a righteous wife who he hopes will be the best companion to help him attain eternal happiness in paradise with Allah. And just like I've stated for the man, taqwa is also very important for the wife. The wife must be pious, and he must also have religious commitment. Along with that, for the lady, the righteous wife should guard her chastity, her honor, whether the husband is there or not. In the presence of the husband and in his absence, the wife must be somebody who can guard her chastity. She should be of good character and she must be of good manners. She must not be known for foul speech, she mustn't be one of such. Bad manners, rather, she must be good-natured, pure soul, clean heart, and she must speak in a gentle manner. Al-Hasma sometimes described 3 types of women, and he said that there are 3 types of women: one who is easygoing, gentle, chaste, and dignified, who is a help to her family and not a burden on them. The second one is one who is merely a vessel for childbearing. She's only known for childbearing like a pig and nothing more. Even the children, she can't take good care of them. The third type of this description is one who is like a heavy yoke that Allah places on the leg of whoever he wills and takes away from whoever he wills. The best woman, as described by a scholar, is one who, if given, she's grateful. If she's deprived, she's patient. Telling us that as women, we must be grateful. It's been said here today about 2 or 3 times that we must learn to say thank you when our husbands give us something, and we must learn to be patient when it is not available. She's one who upholds our connection to our Lord and always strive to increase our level of faith and piety. She does not omit her obligatory duty, and she is keen to do more, like extra nawafil and so on and so forth. Concerning that, the Prophet ﷺ said, choose the one who is religiously committed, may your hands be rubbed with dust. The righteous wife is one who you see is serious about caring and raising your children, teaching them Islam, good manners, and the Quran, and instilling in them to love Allah. The Muslim should choose a wife who gives him comfort, who he sees and he feels joy, and he feels joy in his heart when she's present, and she fills his house and his life with ease, joy, and happiness. Now, let's move on. These are the characters to be considered before going to the marriage. What about when the marriage has taken place? Who is the ideal husband and who is the ideal wife? I move on to that. Whatever a couple think they know about each other before marriage is like mirage. It is after marriage that they become fully aware of each other's character, habits, moods, likes, and dislikes. Therefore, it's a period of adjustment after marriage. If all goes well, the idealistic, romantic, sometimes intoxicating love of pre-marriage or honeymoon period then develops into another dimension. A more mature kind of love based on true knowledge and understanding of each other, provided the partners do not behave in such a way to kill the love they've started with. To develop this permanent and lasting kind of love marriage, a wife needs to study her husband so as to know how to please him. In addition to knowing his personal likes and dislikes, she should be able to sense his moods, respond to them, and anticipate his need. How to remain an ideal Muslim husband and wife after marriage continues. Husband and wife should still maintain taqwa, be committed religiously, kind, gentle in handling the wife and the children. This will make bringing up their children in an ideal Islamic way of life easy. Children watch their parents and do what they see the parents doing. There are some situations that remove this idealistic thing we are talking about. Like husband trying to marry another wife, just like my brother said, my sisters, the day your wife said, my dear, I'm planning to marry another wife. Even if you will accept at the end of it, you first of all show some negative reactions. Yes, that is it. And this will remove, will remove some attitude which should not be, honestly. Wife running after her career and not having time for the home. This could happen after the marriage, and this will remove all those characters that she had that made her an ideal wife at the beginning of the marriage, and the table will start turning. Wife not knowing how to prepare good food is very, very important. Yes, my sister, don't say we have a lot of marriages breaking down now because the wife could not cook. The Indomie and spaghetti wives, there are so many of them now. And I think I will start a story. Sometimes quickly, okay, let me leave the story. Okay, let me quickly in a glimpse of an eye. A man married a young lady. They were living in Lagos. The parents will prepare food that will last them for a whole month. They are rich. They will pack it in their freezer. As if the husband was not seeing it. He will just remove his eyes. She could not cook. But the parents will send their driver, they will bring everything. Fill our freezer, and this is what they will be eating. So the husband had an assignment that he has to be traveling from Lagos to Ibadan over a period of time from his place of work, and he will branch where they sell food materials, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Some of us may know it. He will branch there, buy things, and saw one fine lady, very active, and this lady will interact with him, pack his things, started developing feelings for the lady. So one day, he called the lady, "Can you cook food?" The lady said, "Yes, I can cook." "Where do you live?" He said, "Our village is there." "If I follow you to your house, you will cook for me?" He said, "Yes, I will cook." So he sat down, waited, asked the lady to go and buy things, and they went to their village. She cooked and he ate fresh soup, which he has not taken for many months. He now said, "I will marry you." Where are your parents? The parents will be they were very happy. And that was how they fixed the day for the nikah. Marry because of food. Food is very important in the life of any man. Sexual denial by husband or wife is a very, very of our life, that it is not easy to say it out. The wife will not say it, the husband will not say it, but it will be the major reason of a problem in homes. Please, as much as possible, try and be romantic and keep your husband at home. And our wives at home too. Very. Wife not compatible with in-laws is a very important factor. This is very important. And it has done a lot in breaking homes. In-laws not accepting the wife, or in-laws intervening in the marital life. These are very, very important aspects of marriages. That is only that, those two things, taqwa, that you can use to meander and be able to get away. If the husband and the wife understand themselves and they have taqwa and they pray together, there are some of these factors I'm mentioning that they will be able to overcome. Handling these situations will vary depending on the couples and their immediate environment. Does a woman need to charm her husband to subdue him to her wishes, not to marry another wife? African women have mixed culture and Islam, and many are times not ready to accept masculinism of the men or more. I don't want my husband's property to be shared by another woman. If you die before the husband, what happens to the property? Please. And whenever a woman succeeds in charming her husband by subduing such that she becomes the controller of the home, her children's life and success will pay for it. We have seen this on several occasions. If you succeeded in subduing the husband so that you have the control over the whole affair of the house, then you are playing on the life of your children. Wrong concept of an ideal husband. I'm going to mention that of the ideal woman too. Muslim men looking for wives advertise themselves as doctor, engineer, financially secure. Muslim women appear to be on the lookout for an established professional or more likely handsome MD. Rarely do Muslim men and women even mention character, religion, convictions, and attitudes as priority. At most, they might be mentioned as a sidebar. It seems that many of us believe that man is an ideal Muslim husband if he's handsome, makes a lot of money, and comes from influential family. The divorce rate among Muslims continues to rise. Now, I want to consider the other side of the coin. Characters of an unideal husband. Hot temper. The major problem in some Muslim marriages, unfortunately, is the husband's hot temper. My brother mentioned it the other time. If you have married your husband and found him to be hot-tempered, why not you go and look for ice water to cool down when he has brought his hot tempering activities? And you look as if you do not see him. And I think that will, if you have found yourself in it, that's the best thing. Look at him as if you do not see him until he cools down. The next character of an unideal husband is egoistic. Another major problem in Muslim marriages is the husband's failure to consider his wife's opinion. Some husbands think that they are right and others are wrong, or that the wives are always wrong, that at everything they are right. Husbands should consider the opinions of their wives and feel they are part of a decision-making process. I read something in the magazine of Fomwauk, an article written by one brother, Abdul Malik, something, that says, you don't make yourself the mother of your husband. He has his own mother. I start dictating to him. Honestly, I was just laughing when I read the aspect of the article. You can advise, but you are not the dictator. Whether egoistic or not, I think it is natural. Because God had already said that they are the Lord over us. The third characteristic of an unideal husband is unhelpful. The failure to help in the house and to help with the raising of the children as well known, they are well-known weakness of some husbands. They don't care. In fact, some husbands will even say, pay the house rent, I pay school fees. Or I pay school fees, you buy books and uniform. There are homes like that. Even though this is not what is recommended, but they do it because the taqwa is not there. But if we have found ourselves in it, instead of killing ourselves, we may meander and still be able to live our life. A man cannot be an ideal Muslim husband or even close to a good husband. Something is wrong.
What you say?
I've touched something. It's not. Okay, I will talk. I can give a lecture to the class. A man cannot be an ideal Muslim husband or even close to a good husband if he leaves his responsibility to the mother. Responsibility of feeding, clothing, school fees, and shelter for his family. Now, let me move to our side too, an unideal wife. The first thing that will be considered when you become an ideal wife is pride. And a lawyer is a lawyer. It can't be controlling me. No, we are equal. I'm going to my office by myself, I can't cook for you. No, food can, yes, that is it. I'm a professor, you're a professor. And so, why should you be dictating to me? I can't take that. It's not possible. Pride by career, pride by family influence, pride by friends influence. Some women will talk and the whole of their family affairs, they will be discussing it with their friends. You don't know what she's facing in her own home. Why not keep your lips closed and keep your mouth shut and pray? Remove your pride. Please, let's remove our pride at all level and at all time. There are some marriages that get disrupted because it is the lady's family that is managing the home for her. I read an article recently, a lady is divorced and she was telling the story how when her husband is sick, she won't take care of him, and her sister, she said, don't mind him, it's this, it's that. The husband was admitted in the hospital, she didn't go to visit him. It appeared as if you are begging him. The man came back and filed divorce. She said, and I don't want to divorce him, I love him. The man said, what I want is divorce. Whatever I've done for you, or for whatever I give it to you, even the child, I dash you. Property claim or ownership. This is very important, and it is a major concept at the heart of some women. My husband must not marry another wife so that his property will not be shared. or I will go to court, especially in this your area, the UK. I'm going to file a lawsuit so that all what you have will be given to me. If all is given to you, that cannot stop him from still prospering. If you take that, God will still provide. It is you that will not be happy at the end of the divorce. I think we need to plead to all our associations so that before you fix the car for our children, we find time to talk to them on what they will face in their various marriages. And I think this will prepare them. I've seen many occasions where you go to Nikah and the imam is seeing the couple for the first time. There's no premarital talk, premarital advice to the boy and the girl. The girl who does not know how to prepare amala. For a boy born and bred by, yes, in Ibadan. And let's say, a colleague one day told me that she doesn't like beans because her parents used to have bean farm when they were in the north. And she used to see weevils inside it. Because of that, she hates beans. Her husband now one day called her mother, "Mommy, my wife has not given me beans in the last 6 months. I told her I want beans, and she said no." She said, "Hey, my mommy quickly bought beans and plantain and brought it and cooked it and told me, these beans I brought, you must be cooking it for your husband every other day." She said, and I told her I won't eat out of it. That's your headache. Just be cooking it. Because the mother does not want the home to break. Thank you very much. I'm rounding up. I thank you once again for inviting me to be part of this program. May Allah spare our lives to witness more of this program. Thank you. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Takbir! Takbir! Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Do you enjoy this or not? Absolutely enjoyable. May Allah Azza wa Jalla be pleased with all of us. There is this popular saying, and I want a response from you all. Ọlọ́bẹ̀ ló lọ́kọ. Mashallah, mashallah. Ọlọ́bẹ̀ ló lọ́kọ, ṣọkọ yọkọ̀tọ̀. A woman should learn how to cook. Not only cook, how to please her husband. Likewise, men should also find ways of understanding their wives and always making them happy. That is the way to a happy home. May Allah Azza wa Jalla increase all of us in goodness, both in this world and the hereafter. And with that, how can we really avoid divorce? The breaking of homes, the shattering of hopes, the breaking of hearts. And that is the next topic which shall be handled by my brother, Imam Muntako Abibade Zuglud. Imam Abibade Zuglud is a business analyst, management consultant, and an author of several books. He worked greatly on Islam and Arabic studies under his father, Fadilat Sheikh Mustafa Zuglud Sanusi. May Allah Azza wa Jalla lighten up his grave and grant him Agenda Firdaus. Allahumma Amin. A great scholar too. Brother Muntoko Abibade Zuglud holds an MSc in Business Analysis and Consulting from University of Hertfordshire. He had a lot of publications on terrorism and extremism, and is a good worker when it comes to bringing communities together, irrespective of different faiths. Brother Muntoko is a preacher, a teacher, and a great role model to a lot of us, the younger ones. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Brother Imam Montako Abimadi Zuglun, who will be looking at the challenges we are facing when it comes to divorce. How can we bring it down to the barest minimum? And Takbir, he's got just 15 minutes to deliver a 1-hour lecture. Assalamu alaikum.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الحمد لله نحمده سبحانه وتعالى ونستعينه ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه وأصلي وأسلم على الرحمة المهداة نبي الهدى بحر الندى صارم العدا وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن اهتدى بهدايته واستنى بسنته إلى يوم الدين. Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. حضرة الشيخ الدكتور الفاضل فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور حمزة، حضرة الشيخ الأخ الكريم فضيلة الشيخ الإمام محي الدين إبو الزبلول مولاه، أحييكم بأزكى التحية قائلا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I wouldn't want to waste much of our time because I've had a very, very enjoyable conference, and particularly happy because my wife is here as well. And most especially the last talk by our mother, I love that. And I'm sure deep within her she'll be like, but I want to do attack our young girls in Haram. So that is our mother, that is what our mothers back home, that is what they stood for. So Alhamdulillah, my talk is divorce biting the younger generation. And I've decided to make it into few slides because this is not fiqh, this is not tafsir, this is not usul al-fiqh, this is not what I'm quite conversant with, which is by normal way if you ask me to come and deliver lecture about Tigbala, I'm a fire lot. But when it comes to things like this, it's not my area. But nonetheless, it is what we have to do. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is giving us Islam. Allah has given us Islam through the Prophet. Allah has given us Sharia. Whether we like it or not, Sharia is there to serve us in all ways. اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. Islam is a complete religion, complete way of life. There are so many aspects of Islam that some of us will never have to go through or even study or even know about till we leave this world. But it is a complete way of life. So whether we need it or not, it's there. And what we all pray for, like our fathers and our mothers, everything they've been talking about since morning, is what? Is how and ways to avoid this. How do we avoid divorce? But the reality is, it's happening. The reality is, the divorce is there, and it's there for a reason. So, and that is why, as much as I am not the happiest person talking about it, but it is part of Islam, and we have to prepare ourselves for it. Biting the younger generation. If we look at it, is it particular to the younger generation? No. Divorce cuts across all generations. And we can look at it and say, okay, maybe because reality these days, what our mother was talking about, that is what we grew up to know. That is the ideal family many of us we grew up in. But the world is evolving. The world is changing. And the earlier the Muslim world, the Muslim Ummah identify this, the better. Our girls, our young wives, our young women, they are living in the media world. They see what is going on. As much as we try to retrace the Quran for them, tell them about the Quran, about the Hadith, the reality is there. They deal with it every day. And they see and hear what other people are going through. So the better Islam, the earlier we plan for it, the better. So that idea of, is it just between the Muslim couples? No. It's a growing phenomenon, which cuts across all religions. But we will focus more on our religion. And it is a big concern these days. And when you look at the verse, I'm going to be looking at it in different aspects because I don't want to waste much of our time. I will be looking at the statistics, challenges, and briefly talk about solutions. So, according to Rutgers University National Marriage Project, they said the divorce rate is more than twice of 1960. And if you look at that statistic, that tells us that if divorce in 1960 was 2 in a day, now we have 4. If it was 50 in 1960s, 1950s, 1970s, we now have 100 in a day. And that is a what? That is a big problem. And that tells myself and yourself that it is what is happening around us. It is growing. So if your marriage is, if you're happy in your marriage today, don't relax. You have to work harder. People that goes into divorce, some of them last week, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, if you told them you'll be getting divorced, they will say no. It's impossible. Myself and my husband, we are just too in love. That is never going to happen. But it's a staggering number, which should be a big concern for everybody. And most especially in the Muslim community, we find a situation whereby young couples, somebody was saying it the other day that maybe when we want to have our nikah these days, they should put it there that we'll be collecting refund if you break up. If you dare break up in the next 25 years, I want complete refund. So if you break up after 25 years to 50 years, I want half of the money. So this tells us that it is clearly happening. You go to different marriages, different nikahs. Last year, if we had 10 nikahs last year, you will find about 3-4 of them this year already struggling and on the verge of collapse. And divorce, like I said earlier on when I was starting, the Prophet says, Abgadul halal indallah atalaq. The most horrible thing, the most horrible halal thing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is divorce. But it is halal. It is not sinful. It is not a sin if divorce happens between a husband and a wife. But it is one of the most horrible things. It is one of those things that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala frowns at most. And this tells us that myself and yourself, husbands and wives in marriages, as much as you find yourself in not your usual comfort zone, I would never have taken this. I would never have accepted this. Once you have this word at the back of your mind that the most horrible halal thing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is divorce, then you work harder. You persevere harder. You tend to accept what you will say in the ideal world, I wouldn't accept. You tend to accept it. And I've got some few things that I would need to point out when it comes to divorce. In our community, that statement of till death do us part or whatever, it's not, for better for worse, it's not the most ideal statement to make. No. You don't divorce is there to avoid so many things. To avoid you losing your akhirah, to avoid you losing your life. You have so many people today, back in the days, back home. When I see our young girls today, when I see the fire in them, I know it's because of what some of them have witnessed. It's because of what some of them have witnessed our fathers do to our mothers. And these young girls, these young women, they are on the path of, this will never happen to me. Under no circumstance. And that is why you see them, they come combative sometimes. They come, before you say something, they would have said 10 things, because they know that the society gives the man edge at all times. And that is why the society will tell you, even if he beats you, and we ask them, so this is more cultural than religious. So it is more cultural. I tell people the most negative thing that works against Islam is because of EVTS in what, which makes people think so many things which are cultural are Islamic. No. Islam is a complete religion, a religion of peace. If you're a horrible person, you as a person, you're horrible. Not Islam, not the Quran. So you look at these people, some of them that are not even Muslims, these tribes we are talking about, these countries we are talking about, these people we are talking about, the non-Muslims ones, they are still the same thing. So it's not about Islam, it is about who you are. So this thing of till death do us, no. That is one of the reasons divorce is there. I'm being asked to talk about divorce. Please don't get me wrong, that is the topic they have given me. If I had the opportunity to choose the topic, I would have been, let me talk on a way to make marriages work. I would have loved to talk more about that. So you're like, why you know? It's because that is what I've been asked to talk about. And the second thing is, when husbands and wives, when we are together, apart from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has brought us together, the next most important thing to us, before myself and yourself, are the children. Because they are the most important component of what? Of the institution. And I have a stat here, unconfirmed, but it's a stat. It says more than 1 million children each year experience parents' divorce in the United States. That is just the United States alone. Add the number of United Kingdom, Japan, Indonesia, Africa, Australia. Add those numbers, we'll be talking of close to 1 billion number of children. They have to go through this horrible process of, which is not by their doing. And we know what happens when the process of divorce comes in. Except when you have two individuals, you just want bear alone. 80-90% of times, you see the husband and the wife trying to use the children against the other party. Rather than you try to make your business outside of the children, even trying to make up in front of them, act in front of them, maybe nothing is happening. And when you go behind the doors, go back to your normal thing. But when you get more in the, because it is not their fault. It is not their sin. Why are we giving them the burden to carry? The third thing is stigma and community reaction. Most people today, we have, I saw a stat, I didn't want to put it up there when I was going through some researches, which was talking about the number of women that has actually died in the process of what? Physical, domestic violence. And these women, they continue to endure because so you're under a roof whereby you know you are sleeping and you don't know if you are going to wake up alive. And it goes both ways. Sheikh, sorry. So the stigma. Now, we have challenges facing marriages. Some of those things, I don't have time. We have to, in-laws, our mother spoke about that earlier on. Even though Mami, she spoke more of the in-laws inside the so Mommy was just tidy, and that is how our mommy are meant to, they are built. If our fathers are built like them, we wouldn't have all these problems. If they are built like committed, we wouldn't have all these problems. So we have the in-laws, parents and other family members who do not allow young couples to develop their relationships organically. You see, I decided to say that because most times people try to dictate, I like that you can say something earlier on. People try to dictate how family or family institution should work. They try to dictate. There's no textbook for it. There's no textbook. So what works for you might not work for this person. What works for this person might not work for you. So the fact that I'm married to my husband for 40 years and this is how we have been doing, so definitely no ma. No sir. Let them develop themselves. Let them develop. They are the people that develop family. Your family is done. The day that you marry, they want to graduate, no family. I was telling some brothers that got married 2 weeks ago when I went there. Our brother, me, our lady, I was telling the young couple, I was telling them that the moment you get married, your immediate family is your wife and your kids. That's right. I'm sorry to say, in the world, in the ideal world we live in today, when you don't marry, your immediate family is my father, my brothers, my sister. But once you get married, your immediate family is what? Is your wife and your children. Then you now have what? Your family. Or that's why they classify our fancy extended family. So you have the cultural rules and expectations under that. Displays of affection. Sometimes because so, and this is what we face when it comes to our culture. And this another aspect which has led to divorce is adultery, offline, online. We see the world we live in today is. I was telling somebody that Kani Ayesi Ona ni Ọlọ́run fẹ́ sọ ló fẹ́ ṣe dájọ́ tó fẹ́ gbogbo dájọ́ adultery àti fornication tó lọ́n fẹ́ gbé kalẹ̀. There will be a revised edition of it. Because the phones we have in our hands easily takes us to what? To that side. Easily takes us to the next side. You have some young boy, 20, 21-year-old boy. All he does is go to data on the phone there, professing love to your wife. And you, you don't care. What do you say? And randomly, your wife is bored. Look at you're the most beautiful woman. When was the last time this man told me I'm the most beautiful woman in the world? When was the last time? You see, the world is so jammed around everything around us helps and enhances and pushes us towards that. And this is what kills marriages. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to be with us and guide us. Dysfunction, sexual dysfunction. I'm sure when our mothers and our fathers, when they were talking about marriages, they would have talked about that. Islam does not say because I'm a Muslim, then you have to be boring. No. The Prophet said, "La tadkhulu ala nisaikum kalbahaim." Do not go near your wives like animals. When you didn't just say it was because a woman actually went to complain to him. That you see this man, all he does the only time he comes near me is when he wants to sleep with me. And he just comes in, he does what he wants to do, and he goes out. And the Prophet now called everybody. When the couple are sorrow, oh yeah, Emma wọlé tàwọn ìyàwó yín bí ẹranko mọ́. Ẹranko ní wọlé tọ̀ ìyàwó ní wọlé tọ̀ ìyàwó rẹ̀. Yóò sì bá ṣe kí yóò sì máa lọ òwe ìwò mọ́. It's not just about that. You must be romantic. You must be there. You must create an enabling environment. Kí Ọlọ́run kó ṣe kí ni kó ṣàánú wa. We have that aspect of incompatibility. You can't help that. You have two people coming from two different backgrounds. Two entirely different backgrounds. I tell people, we hit the clinical, we are like soulmates. There's not stop this. There's nothing like that. You have two people coming from two entirely different backgrounds, totally different blood, different culture, different idea, different mentality, trying to create one. And you think it's going to be that easy? So you have that there, and couples must work on that. I don't have more time. You have the issue of money or people tend to say, and it's not especially in our mommy Ilutawa, it's the least of our problem. Me about it because of it, but then thinking that James, you okay. But you see, our women, they tend to see money and the country and the culture where we have Olori Wagon. I was telling some the same kind of money. Amandawa Kaye, Papa Fair for Yawu Lokun, lower Nejoni, Yawu Border, money. Koko gbọ́dọ̀ sọnù àfilé lọ́wọ́ mama jẹ́ òkú mama jẹ́ òsọnù mo ní nílùú òyìnbó ọkọ lẹ́fà léyàwó lọ́wọ́ pé kò gbọ́dọ̀ sọnù àfilé àmọ́jẹ́ òsùn ta kó mama kókó má tilẹ̀kùn má dàpọ̀ kó bá ti sọ ó lólùbárí àwọn ẹni wá sọ fún. So you know it, but that is how it should be. So I will just go through solutions. I don't have any solution. I will just sit down and think. The last bit, and I tell people, prayers work. You have to walk. You have to put in work. You have to put in effort. Early education is extremely important. Understanding each other's perspective and worldview about life is extremely important. These little things, the way some women see marriage is totally different. And when you look at where we come from, me, Nigeria, totally, entirely different worldviews. The way we see things are totally different. But once you try to become a family, you have to give way. You have to understand, and you have to be ready to make sacrifices. Premarital counseling, like our mother said, that is one of those things. I'm sorry that Prof has left. A few years ago, Prof was pressuring me to certificate counselors. We need more counselors. We need more. But we have very few counselors in the Muslim community, especially the Nigerian Muslim community. When it comes to counseling, it's not about moving Quran, moving to form. It's a professional line. We need professional counselors. We need our scholars to do more in that aspect, to get more certification, so that when we have, before, like our mother said, before marriages, let people go for counseling. During marriages, if issues come up, we will be free. Not that after those who are doing it, people counsel you. And they will actually do a good job because it is their life. But when you have somebody that has the background of the Quran, as well as the education, then it makes it a lot easier. So, prenuptial agreements, I don't have time to talk about that. So, because if I just say it without explaining it, it might put me in trouble. Because our women, people say it, most of our young girls marry because when it comes to, it's not about, it's about, I didn't tell my wife about it until but I felt out. It's possible you can say it Islamically, you can tell me before I can marry you, you sign agreement, easy signing. ṣùgbọ́n mo gbàgbé ní ìbájú sọ fún ọ kí n tó ká tó ṣe. So every intervention is a part of spirituality. Subhana Rabbika, Rabbil Izzati Amma Yasifun. Lastly, I would like us, please and please, our women, let us study the life of Khadija. Khadija was a complete wife, a complete woman. I tell people this a lot. She was a complete woman. She was a strong woman, especially our young girls. If you want to be a strong-willed woman, an ambitious woman, a career woman, as well as a dutiful wife, a responsible wife, go and study the life of Khadija. She was wealthy. She had everything. She was a strong woman, a woman that when she talks, people listen. Her husband listens to her. People in the community listens to her. It wasn't because she was worthy. It was because she was strong-willed. She was a strong personality. She was a strong woman. The best of all personalities. Màá parí ọ̀rọ̀ mi pẹ̀lú orin tí mo fi tí àfáà kan tó fi yin Khadija. Kò sásìkò yìí ní ṣùgbọ́n yín kan sọ sàtáàbí méjì mẹ́ta. Kọ́lọ̀ kó máa bá amúládé kó máa mú bá Khadija àti gbogbo ẹni tí ó lọ tún ṣe rìsẹ́ẹ̀tì ń pa Khadija. Natawassalu bil hababa wal butulul mustatoba wa nabi thumma sahaba fa asa da'watun mujaba. أعظم زوجاتي قدرا قد تلقتي منه أمرا خطيبتي أحمد بكرا غنيمتي منه شبابا. Olú sọ fún ànábì kó n fẹ́ fànábì ó sì jèrè youthfulness ànábì mọ́ lọ́wọ́. Kọ̀dé àbá Allahu bushra wàhálà ti dìkìrà wọn àfàkàrà. Sayyidati dunya wa ukhri asilamati qabla sahaba. Kí gbogbo ọkùnrin ayé tó gbà pé àwọn fẹ́ ṣe Islam, obìnrin ló kọ́kọ́ ronú pé tí wàá yóò dé bá kó sì gbà ó ṣe Islam. Inna fil jannati qasira li Khadija wa hiya ahra wa ata ya Allahi tatira fawqaha mithla sahaba. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifuna wa salamu ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Sallu ala nabiyil karim. Takbir. Movile bawa ko mama ku ko mama movile no mama si sita movile no.
Oh, thank you so much. That was really nice. I really liked it. I'm sure we did, didn't we? So we're studying the life of Khadija. And you are going to be like Prophet Muhammad, wouldn't you? Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If you've not taken anything, I know we've taken so much, but we're taking homework as well. That's what teachers do. You never get enough in the classroom. They must make you get something for yourself. Now that reward all of us. She got the richness of the youthfulness of Prophet Muhammad. So my only work for you is to learn a bit of Arabic. If not more, I'll learn what something. So I'm not going to decode what he said. I'm just going to make the word that those of us that are happily married, Allah makes it easier for us to work harder, like he said, and may we remain happy in our marriages. For those of us that are struggling, persevering a bit more, I pray that Allah makes it easy. And wallahi, Allah turns everything. Allah says He takes the day from the night. I hope that Allah replaces your sadness with the joy with which we both started the marriages, or with which we started. May Allah bless our marriages and all the children He has blessed us with. Amen. We're going to move forward to the next speaker. She is Mrs. Khadija Ohadi. Her talk, thank you. You see, when you have the senior colleague, it makes your life easier. Her talk is about how can we end the culture of neglect and abandonment due to bi or multiple household. Just a little about her. Her name is Sister Khadija, who you'll be researching about. She's named after somebody we all love so much. The Prophet loved his first wife. So I love her name, and I'm sure I love her. She's been teaching for over 30 years. I hope you don't get any other homework. 20 of these years, she's been a senior educator. You're in trouble. But what I can say is that you're in good hands. You're going to enjoy a beautiful lecture.
Atakbir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الحمد لله نحمده سبحانه ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. My dear brothers and sisters in Islam and in humanity, I greet you with the universal greetings from all the prophets. And I say to you, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Now my topic here has been made easy because every speaker who came here spoke about marriage. Now I am supposed to speak about how we can end the culture of neglect and abandonment. And I will start with the Quranic ayah. I will not call the full ayah, but I want to call the part that I want to dwell on today. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, chapter 66, ayah 6, and he says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا. Now, we know that whenever Allah addresses the believers, whenever Allah says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, it means He's addressing the believers, those who say you believe in Allah, those who say you are a Muslim, those who say you have believed in the Quran and you believe in the Rasul. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Allah is telling you to save yourself first and then save your families from the fire of hell. Now, how do we save ourselves? We have to save ourselves from the fire of hell by
Opportunity of listening to another TED Talk style delivery by one of our teachers, starting with Imam Muhyiddin Ibuowo, a very humble man, very, very warm with the younger ones, a teacher and an imam from Nasfat Pages Walk. However, is it possible for me to talk about Imam Ibuowo without saying one or two things, no matter how briefly, about him? An introduction of Imam Ibuowo without mentioning Darul Dawa Arabic School in Isolo is incomplete. Born in Ofa, Kwara State, Nigeria, he had his diploma in Arabic and Islamic Studies, also a BA Honors in Sharia Law from Islamic University of Medina, Saudi Arabia in 2004. He has since completed his Master's in Islamic Studies from Muslim College here in London, United Kingdom. Imam Muhyiddin Ibuowo was a teacher at Darul Dawa He was a student, he became a teacher. It's only very, very good, high quality students that turn out to be students, to be teachers or lecturers where they study. Ladies and gentlemen, inshallah, we'll listen to Imam Muhyiddin Ibu, who is currently the zonal missioner of NASFAT UK and Ireland, and the head of Arabic teachers, NASFAT Fomwauk branch, where he's also mentoring a lot of people, and I'm one of those that he is mentoring. He will inshallah be talking about the third party in relationship. Àwọn adìròkẹta, àwọn wọ́n ní àtẹ̀gbẹ́rù. 5 minutes, inshallah.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا مصطفى الذي قد اصطفى وانتقى واشتبى صلى الله عليه وسلم. We give thanks to Almighty Allah and salutation to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We greet our Alpha, here seated from Dr. Hamza and all other Alpha in the house or those who are left. After that, all other protocol observed, inshallah. My talk is about third party in relationship. From my experience over the years, when we try to intervene in any relationship, we got to know that third party is the main problem always. For us to stay away from third party, many speakers today have been talking about it. There are some intruders before eventually we go to third party. What are the intruders? Our work, career, children, hobbies, interests, sports, in-laws, friends, mosque, financial involvement, mobile phone, Twitter, Instagram, social, everything. Like they've been saying, those are the intruders before we get into what we call third party. And before that, the Quran says in Quran 4, chapter 35, وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ شِقَاقَ بَيْنِهِمَا فَابْعَثُوا حَكَمًا مِنْ أَهْلِهِ وَحَكَمًا مِنْ أَهْلِهَا. If you fear there's going to be a problem in any relationship, look for a wise, not just anybody. The issue of talking to people, we just have to stay away from it. I'm not saying that we're going to die in silence, no. But before that, chapter 4:34 has given us some tips before the 35, especially to the men, that if you have seen a sign from a woman, please take some steps, especially communication. Don't keep quiet in the house. Talk together. Speak out. Tell yourself. There are some tips they've been giving us. Premarital counseling, prenuptial arrangement. You can always see it. I'll give you an example of myself. When I saw my wife, I gave her 3 things. Among that 3 things is that no third party in this relationship. Let's build trust, let's build love. And the third one is what? No third party. We do fight in the house, we do argue. And I remember one of the sheikh that came from Ibadan, Sheikh Al-Koid, told us about 4 things that is related to relationship, that is related to communication. In any given relationship, we are bound to have issue. We can't run away from it. Because it's a case of square peg trying to fix it into round hole. Like they've been saying since. Different background, different upbringing, different everything. But with communication, we can overcome all these problems. And through them steps is what this man gave to us, this Sheikh Akim Bagud from Ibadan. He gave us that tips. That is step 4 things. Step STEP. So that there will be no interference in that relationship once there is communication. No in-law, no anybody that might have influence on that relationship. Don't talk to them, especially the in-laws. Mama Oko, Mama Yawo, it's none of your business. Please leave them alone. Let them decide their own mechanism, their own methodology in bringing up their family. So that communication, you sleep together. Don't sleep separately. Talk together. Thank you, ma. Eat together and pray together. Especially in this environment we find ourselves. If you are unable to do your Dhuhr and Asr prayer at home, you can always do your Fajr, your Maghrib, and your Isha at home. If you are just husband and wife at the moment, you leave, she stays at your back. Eat together, don't eat outside. Even if there is problem in the house, she cooks and you eat. Support each other. Don't go to a friend to tell him about your wife. Or don't go to a friend to tell her about your husband. Because you never know what is happening. Once you are saying things outside, there's going to be a crack in that relationship. And in Yoruba proverb, once you are saying things you are not meant to be saying outside, people will be coming in. And always remind yourself about that verse of the Quran. That's the least. After the 34, the 35 says, when you fear that there's going to be a problem in that relationship, a wise person from the husbands and a wise person from the wife. Not just anybody. Because once you are talking to everybody, every Jack and Jim, there's going to be a problem. Because they will always give you wrong advice. From my experience, I've seen things like that. And they will never talk about those things when they are telling you. But eventually I got to know that, look, even as a man, don't come to tell me about what is happening in your home. And I always tell the ladies, the women, deal with him your own way. I know men, women, we are stubborn sometimes. You can deal with us in your own way without telling anybody. There are some ways you can deal with us. Deal with him your own way. Don't tell anybody. Don't even come to me to tell me. With that, you can see that relationship will always prosper. We always succeed without not talking. But when it gets into a boiling point, please speak out. Don't die in silence. But before it gets to that stage, please take some steps. And the least of the step is communication. Always talk together. Talk about issue in the house. What you did to me, I don't like it. What she do to me as well as wife, I don't like it. By saying all these things, you settle a lot of things without any interference from the mother, or from the father, from the brother, or from the friend. I've been married since 1996, precisely 96, alhamdulillah. I've never caused someone to come and interfere in my marriage. And I'm very temperamental. My wife knows. Oh, she knows how to deal with me. She just keep quiet. She will not say anything. When I jump up, come down, jump up, come down, at the end of the day, we talk about it. So from experience, third party narrative relationship is always a problem. So please stay away from telling your issue to people around you, irrespective of who it might be. Your mother, your dad, your confidant, your bliss, anything about your relationship, stay away from anybody interfering to you. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallama taslima.
At-takbir! At-takbir! Somebody has just donated his or her phone to me now. Probably I have to charge before releasing this. Can I have? I don't like. Alhamdulillah. The next, inshallah, is to listen to another fantastic talk by her sister, Alaja Eletu. You said you wanted to do something now. Okay, inshallah.
Okay, I will.
Okay, please do. Alaja Akirele.
Okay. I wanted you to finish your. It looks like when your daughter has been sent to the mall. Mommy, it's your turn. The last person to give a TED talk is Ajia Afsat Akirele. She said to me, I said I was going to reduce them. She said, no, you can take everything. So I won't, because I know you as you know me. My mommy, the full and the mother of our God. Oh, say the kisses from back, shut up, that's what I mean. And I will, because I won't take her time. 40.
All praises and thanks to Almighty Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Lord of all that exists. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The joy of being the last speaker. I have to recap on tap from all my fathers, mothers, what everyone has been saying away. My topic is about harmony. When we look at harmony, what are we looking at? We're looking at peace. And what is Islam preaching? Peace. Islam is peace. We've heard all day that marriage is half of our day. Marriage is about taqwa. Marriage is ibadah. So if we want to do ibadah, we have to promote peace. Peace, peace, peace. And this is what Islam is teaching us. If we love our spouse for the sake of Allah, if we are merciful to them, peace will reign. If we make our home a abode of peace, peace will reign. Yes, there's conflict. There's bound to be conflict. We've had so many speakers talk about communication. We have to iron it out. Subtle, subtle, subtle. We find the right person to speak to look for advice. Don't leave room for intruders. We've had so many speakers speak about that. We have to give each other room to explain. Say somebody comes in and say, wait for him to tell you what he's doing against you. Don't just jump to conclusion. He's doing this, he's doing that. Peace will not reign. If we treat each other with respect, peace will reign. What you don't want for your sister, don't do it to your wife. What you don't want from your brother, don't do it to your husband. Treat each other with respect. Peace will reign, and there will be harmony in the house. We've heard about the 3 T's today: trust, and tolerance, and truthfulness. If we're not truthful to each other, there will be no harmony. We have to learn to trust each other. Our mother has said it, our father has said it. I cannot echo that enough. Trust, in every relationship, trust is very important. Allah says in Quran 30 verse 21, and one of his signs is that he has created from yourself meat that you may find tranquility in your. If you don't have peace, you won't see the mercy. You will not see. It's one of Allah's mercies. There are lots of people out there single. It's not that they don't find the right person, or they cannot find the right person, or Allah has not blessed them. If we see our marriage as blessing, we will be dedicated to work it out. If we see our marriage as blessing, our home as blessing, we will do everything to work it out. Another verse in the Quran says, we should make our home a abode of peace. Quran 3, verse 195. Allah says, He has created from you a single soul. Put affection, mercy between your hearts. Somebody you are not peaceful with, you will not look at them in a merciful way. Somebody you don't trust, you will not be merciful with them. But if you build a relationship on trust, respect each other, have dialogue, ongoing dialogue, communicate as best friends, joke together, laugh together, flirt with each other. Your spouse are the only person you're allowed to look at from head to toe. So those little things you see outside is nothing. Us women, we've had so many speakers talk about letting our spouse see every corner, every angle. Allah says don't show your shape outside, yes? But show your shape to your spouse. Let him know the size of, toy with each other, flirt with each other. Your spouse are the only one you're allowed to look at from head to toe. Don't neglect each other. Spend quality time with each other. Our father has said it. Pros and cons on digital. Digital. Put that phone aside. Spend some time with him. Quality time. Find out about his day. Welcome him with smile. Let your smile be the last thing he sees before he goes to bed. Peace will reign. Believe me, he will dream about your smile. And you see that money you're asking for. He will sign the check before you know it. Because there's peace at home. But when there is no peace, again we have to remind ourselves to be conscious of Allah, in whose name we demand a right from each another, from one another. Don't ask your spouse what he cannot afford. House. Flat. Be content with whatever you have. Let peace reign. Make your house a harmonious house. Blossom together, grow together, nurture each other, help each other to fight whatever it is, whatever problem they're bringing from outside. Make peace at home so that you help him to work on it. Your husband might be coming from work with stress. Don't add your stress to his work stress. Unstress him. Take the stress away from him. Do not neglect each other. We are the mirrors of ourselves. Like I said, your spouse are the only one you're allowed to look at from head to toe. Allow him or her to tell your faults and work on your faults together. Allow her. Our mother said something about cooking. If she cannot cook, please send her to cooking class now. You'll be the one to benefit from it. If she cannot cook, send her to cooking class. Encourage her. Encourage her to do that chocolate that you like so much. Look online for the recipe. Help her. Then you have that chocolate and then you'll be at peace. And peace will reign at home. Learn to sort out your conflicts. Again, do not neglect yourself. Spend quality time. Not on WhatsApp, not on Facebook. Look out for each other. Look out for each other. Allah makes us comfort of each other's eyes. So when somebody is in pain, find out what is causing this pain. When somebody is in trouble, find out. You might be able to help. Talking about it alone might be the solution. You might not need a third party. Work it out, and work it out. It's when you cannot work it out, you seek for advice outside. But I'm sure if we're patient with each other, if we love each other for Allah's sake, if we base our marriage on Allah's thought my brother was coming to tell me this stuff. I will round up. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make our home, pleasant home, and give us the patience to live together in peace. Harmonious marriage are a product of patience, contentment, rather than good luck. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Takbir. Harmonious marriage relationship is all about hard work, planning, devotion, trust, and everything, but not love. Ọlọ́run bàbá jùlọ kò ní jẹ́ kí ilé kálukú wá dà. Alájà Hamzat Akérèlé happens to be the immediate vice president of Ar-Rahman Islamic Association, a very active member of CNMO as well as FCB. We pray Allah Azza wa Jalla to bless you and bless your home. Allahumma ameen. The time is fast spent. With the permission of the chairman, I may not be able to take question and answer session, but notwithstanding, we have a very, do we have 10 minutes, inshallah. But just before then, we have a very short announcement here. We have a brother. He is a Muslim brother who is critically ill in Nigeria. He has an issue with the kidney. Out of about 10 million naira that we're trying to raise, we've only realized 4.3 million naira. It's a far cry, notwithstanding, little drops of water make a mighty ocean. No matter what you are able to give, we'll be very, very happy to receive on behalf of our brother Abdulrazak Alabi. This may not be the only avenue for you to hear about this. We are raising it among the Muslim community. It needs an urgent kidney transplant. Whatever you are able to give, may Allah accept it as act of ibadah from all of us. With that, the collection will be done very soon, inshallah. I'll be among those to collect it. And we need a sister also to collect on behalf of the sisters. While that is going on, I'll hand over the microphone quickly to the chairman, Dr. Hamza, to conduct the question and answer session. We have people with questions. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, how many questions do we accept?
One.
2 from here and 2 from here. Okay. 1. Please let me 2 from our brother.
Dr. Sarat and
yes. So we have 2 questions from our sister, no question from our brothers. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let's listen to our sisters. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, my own is comment briefly. I want to commend the organizers of this program. This is one of the programs that I've attended, and the view seems to be very balanced. Most of the Islamic lectures you attend, the blame is always on the women. But for this one, it goes this way, it goes that way. So it's really good. Then secondly, I think there's something that is not practical that we are talking about. There is no way that you will marry and there is not third party. Let's be very realistic. In marriage, there will always be a third party issue. But the only thing, as that my Alpha has said, as the Quran has said, that it should be a wise counsel. And we should not take it as a trophy. Because this is what makes a lot of people die in silence. Because when we take it as a trophy, that I've been married for 50 years and I've not talked about my show to anybody, it's not a trophy. Because it's this disgrace or stigma, that's why people don't talk out. And there is a difference between interference and intervention. So sometimes we need intervention. And when intervention happens, it happens through third party.
So it's not practical in today's marriage when we say third party should not come. Third party is likely to come. Marriage is not easy, but we should just follow that counsel that it should be wise people. Then the last but not the least is about all of us sometimes contribute to this issue of breakage in marriage. And how do we do that? Today, as Muslim sisters, we are afraid to share our problem. Because sometimes when you share, the topic becomes what happens in the other sisters' dining table, in the presence of their husbands and children. So, before, with the people that we grew up with, elderly people come to the mosque and call an elderly person and say, oh, this is what's going on. And they say wise counsel and everything goes on. Today, as soon as you need, that sister tells this sister, that sister tells this sister. So we should all help ourselves to protect our marriages by maintaining confidentiality when our sisters share their bad time with them. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakumullahu khairan. Thank you very much. Agia, okay. Yeah. This is Agia, sir. Yes.
Mine is also a question and a bit of contribution. I also wish to commend the organizer of the conference and the city to continue to bless them and reward them abundantly. Straight to my contribution, to start from where she stopped, we need to, in our organization, have counseling, marriage counseling units. There has to be a standby unit that will know that whatever they do, they will, they are doing it for Allah. And Allah will judge them. If anybody comes to them with their response, whatever, it will be between them and Allah. But if there is a counseling unit in all the organizations that is standby, one of the speakers mentioned that maybe 3 out of 10 marriages conducted last year is broken. If we have such units, such people might have contacted them and such marriages may be rescued. So that is one suggestion. Then the second one, we mentioned some things, all the speakers mentioned some things that wives should dress properly, they should dress their husband. I think it goes to the men too. Like I heard from my men. Some men too don't take care of themselves. Women too need to see their husband impress them. They should look fine, not that they will look a way that the wife will not be able to say why he's saying no, because he's associating to. And some of these things are difficult to say. But men too, please pass across that they should make it a point of duty, not to impress the wife. They should do it to impress their wives too. Like we say, women should impress their husband. Then again, back to the cooking issue. I know this youth will be happy now. We have been talking from the point of view of Nigerian culture. I believe we are not speaking Islam. Because there's no way, no place in the Quran. I haven't had it. If we have it, we can present. Where it is said that it is only women that have to cook in a marriage. And when Aisha was asked, what does the prophet do inside? Aisha said, household chores. What are household chores? Sometimes we see what happens in this part of the world as what he thought, I got about Fabo, I got about Shekinika. For a marriage to work, so mentality of Nigerian marriages has to change. It should go to what Islam says. Not it should be what Islam says, not what the African culture or Nigerian culture stand by.
Is that more okay?
This guy can say, why? These are eating buttons on you, and this is why some of the marriages are broken. So instead, you pay so why don't you go for a washman as a wife? Why don't you go for a cook? The life of those days when a Boko will be here, a Boko will be here, a Boko will be here. Think about if one of them married harmony. Once he is in the hospital, in labor. We cook for the husband. What if you are even in Nigeria? You live with that country. If your wife goes to the hospital and you have little kids at home, who cook for those kids? So when we are training our men, our woman what is in that train, let's train them as a Muslim boy who has to be able to cook, who has to be able to support the wife, who has to be able to support the wife. There is success when there is cooperation.
Let's listen to Alaja at the back. Yes. So I think we are going to take only 3 from the women, and then we take. Okay, Alaja, please ask a question. Another sister is raising up hand. Yes, Bismillah.
I think what I'm actually going to say, I think the last speaker actually mentioned it regarding making sure that in terms of marital preparedness, that we should make sure that it's not just the women, the girls that we train. We need to train the boys as well. Because it is the training that they have from home that they will use with the wife. I trained my junior ones when we were younger. And today, their wives are enjoying it. So that's how it should be. And apart from that, the counseling as well, we should start counseling our children, both boys and girls, from now, not when they are ready for marriage. As younger ones, when things happen in the family, we talk to them. We tell them the reason why this happened. We tell them things. We show them examples from now. And we tell them, you see, when you grow up now and you get married, you will understand this, that this is why this happened. And again, the most important thing, we need to pray for our children. We should be praying for our children all the time. When I pray for my children, and I forget to mention the wife area when they were younger, they will say, Mom, you didn't mention the wife. I said, why? Because I have boys. So you didn't mention the wife. So they know from childhood about prayer and
building a family. Thank you very much. Lastly, sister in red. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to pray to our fathers, our fathers, because this thing is common in Nigeria. When they are drinking in the car, you only take the responsibility of the wife, they will neglect that of the man.
Of the husband.
Yeah, of the husband, which is not good. Please, whenever you are doing that, please try to tell them the responsibility of the husband too. And not only that, to support what my sister has said. I remember when I was college of education, our HOD, they came from America by then, the husband. So one afternoon, they were planning Abedian, the wife and the husband. And the sister-in-law just came. She told us the story. Papa, you got me looking at me. You know, the reply of the man was to the, was that, is it the only one that is going to eat the Abedian? We are eating together, so we have to find it together. Since then, they don't say anything in their own family. By doing that, everything depends on the husband. It depends on the husband. Please, we are begging and we are pleading.
Jazakumullah khairan. Allah answer this. Jazakumullah khairan. Our brothers, we have a brother who is asking a question now. Yeah, brothers.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Orúkọ tèmi ni Saheed wọ́n láti Fomwauk Islamic Center. So before I start, it's a way of contributing, sir. So before I start, I want to appreciate everyone for the donation they have made towards the person I sick. It's actually my friend. So it's somebody I know very well. We went to the same university before this issue started. So alhamdulillah, I thank Almighty Allah for your donation. Wherever you have taken the money from, the Almighty Allah will multiply it for you. I just have 2 contributions.
Please try to make it brief, sir.
Brief, sir. I am a product of a polygamous home. and I know what my mother went through to train me, because I know I can cook. So what I'm trying to say is, mothers here, if your boy cannot cook, it's your own fault. Why I'm saying this is, the mother, our Nigerian women, they own the kitchen. They don't allow their men to stay around the kitchen. If I'm wrong, you tell me. So what I'm trying to say is, do not neglect the boy. Say he doesn't need to know how to cook. He needs to know how to cook. The woman is the manager of the house. So we need to take that responsibility headlong. If you do it the right way, the man will succumb. But if you do it the wrong way, there will always be clashes. So the second one I want to advise us here, I've noticed this because I started my life up north of UK. A Pakistani man told me, he said, the children they are raising, they have problems with them. But there's a clash of culture. And that is happening within our community. I want to advise our mothers, it is very important. Let us know that we are living in the UK. If you are living in the UK, make it work for you. Don't say you are staggering between Nigeria and UK. It will never work. And that is the problem we have within our community. Everybody wants to be like UK people and they want to live like Nigeria. So there's a clash there. We need to look into this. And so our home will live, will have harmony in our various homes. Because no matter how our scholars continue to talk, the practicality will be in our homes. Everything they are saying here, to me, is theories. The practical is left to our hands. So we'll go and make sure we enshrine this. Assalamu alaikum.
Let's listen to President Abdelmajid Adesina.
Please, I just want to say two things about the boys. In my own house, the little house I have, my little boy, because he's the last boy, he's the last child in the family. He will say, no, it's my sister that's going to wash the plate. And you know what I did as I tore it? I said, if he eats, wash your own plate. As you see me, I wash my plate, you wash your own. Now, the two girls have come to uni. Now, she washes his own plate and wash the big pot when he comes back from school, because it's the only one. That's about that one. The second one, about the counseling. I want to beg our mothers, not before, even before remarried, please talk to your daughters, talk to your son. It's women. I want to give you a lamashi. Are you Yabalin? Nibi, any ya, iṣẹ́ wà fún yín. Reduce the weekend. Never say week time. Reduce the weekend. Any family time. Example, my boy said he didn't like swallow. We had a visitor from Nigeria. They stayed 2 weeks. My boy eats swallow because my wife came back around after 6. And then by then, he has to lose that time. Then we had a visitor. The one said, we eat swallow, yes, auntie. Because he just came back from school. And it was not good. Back home in Nigeria, the same thing. And my wife so they see the cartoon deal. And then I bought one lady at the shop once. I did one because over one there. So let me,
because the time is fasting. Question number 1 from our sister. You want to ask a question? Bismillah. Please. I didn't see your hand, please.
I'm going to make it very fast, inshallah. I just wanted to talk about the counseling bit. People have mentioned counseling here. I am trained up to level 3 counseling. It's very, very expensive. Every mosque cannot have a counseling unit because then you'll be talking about advice. There's a difference between sympathy and empathy. There's a difference between counseling and advice. Counseling is a professional thing. I don't have to be told to keep it to yourself because it has to do with all the things we talk about GDPR. So if we're going to go into counseling, then people have to pay money. We have to fund members. I'm not done my level 4 because about almost £7,000, and that is even part-time. So I want us to be able to differentiate between counseling and advice. Sometimes the advice is something that you might or might not take. It's not always the best anyway. But counseling helps you to reach your own individual decisions. So if we are going to go to have our own different counseling sessions, we will then need to have a sense of people. Secondly, if you look at the left side of the room, the left side of the room tells you the issue with us, with all due respect, sir. This left side is our background. Our fathers, our husbands, our brothers, our sons who have all failed us. And that is why we are in the mess that we are in. I agree that Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, if you check a community, if a community is bad, check the women. If it is good, check the women. But however, we have the Mariam system, the structure of Islam that the man marries a good woman. They raise good children. The boys marry good wives and become good mothers for their wives, for their children, for their daughters. But right now, look at the side of the room. Tells us that men, I'm not saying you, sir, but your gender has failed us. They have failed us. And we're ready, even right now in this country, we are beginning to have gender-specific, gender-specific events, which always leaves the men out. Why will the woman not start running the home? And if the woman runs the home will not be good. Also, like I said, forget about it. We are not meant to rule any home. That's not our role. It's not our role to put food on the table. So a lot of you, like I said, they are putting the food on the table now. That is why the men are coming. That's okay, no one to need it. So like Hassan said, the upper hand is better hand. So if you are better at providing in the home, then we have done something wrong. That we should go back to our roots. Well, why we should go back to our roots? Finally, sir, on the issue of the cultural clash, why should any culture have a clash? If we go to Pakistan, you are going to go and dance, the big hammer, the great raka for the 244 people is what they pray. The same thing in UK or Nigeria. If we use our culture to live our lifestyle, there will be no cultural clash. We live our lives as Muslims. You know, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam lived with 39 communities in Medina and he lived well with them. So we need to go and put it. It's not to be our picture in culture or our Igbo or Hausa. We are, Allah has created us in those places. However, our culture is Islam, and Islam does not clash because it is one religion. Finally, I want to beg our brothers who are not here, that please, we need to have open conversations. We need to have open conversations with our children. All of us know, we don't know what goes on in the lives of our kids. Because we want them to tell us they tell us what we want them to tell us. But we need to break that barrier. Our brothers who have open, every brother should go and marry their daughters. And sisters still don't be jealous. No, let your brothers be boyfriends, let your husband be boyfriends with their daughters. Because there's a world out there that we know nothing about. And please don't say, peace. When Nigeria is not good for the peace, we confuse them. So I want us to please try to. We must start looking for open conversations for our people to spaces, trade our space.
A quick response from the chairman, the vote of thanks and the closing dua.
Yes, Alhamdulillah. We thank Almighty Allah for taking us to this level. It is not by our own hand, it's by Allah's blessing. Let me first of all react to the organizers. I can see that everybody praised our sisters in Fomwauk, UK. I want also to join them in appreciating your efforts. And my sincere advice is that I would like to, if you have the sociologists, when they have an event and then the turnout is somehow not so impressive, but I can't take this the attendance are impressive as far as I'm concerned. It is only inside of the men. So I want the Fomwauk to go and see what adjustment can it take. So when next they want to organize this kind of occasion, so that what will be attracts more attendance, because you have quality lectures and opinion here, which should go around. I know that when President Ladisona talk about the digital and analog, I know that our brothers who is covering the occasion, they will take it to the all those social medias, Instagram, Facebook, and everybody will watch it. But it is better face to face. So please, for example, you can think of next program, remove entry charges. That if you want to come in, you pay £10. So somebody will calculate, I will spend £5 from my home for the cost of transportation to that place, then adding £10. Don't let me worry myself. Something like that. Or you can add, oh, we have free food, we have free everything, we have free counseling, we have free medical counseling, social counseling. That will encourage them to come. May Allah continue to strengthen you. Now, our sister here talk about interference in the marriage. Well, it is reality. We are social animals. Nobody can live in isolation. And you know, human beings, sometimes we react spontaneously to a particular situation. You may not know something that will keep in your mind. You may not know when you force it out to somebody, and then from there it goes out, it spread. So my sincere advice is this: our imam should be up to the task. I want to urge one of them is Alati Ibowo. Yes. Yeah, Gabriela is also there. Let our imam play the role. I want to let us look at this center we are in now. Have we asked questions? Why have they achieved this complex? Because they have settled home. They have settled home. They have coordinate organizations. And that is why they have settled community. A settled home build settled community. A settled community achieve. Even look at British political level. You have Javid, you have Khan. All these are pointer to the fact that our brothers and sisters from Asia, they have settled family and they have settled community. What about our sisters and brothers and sisters from Africa? That is a question for all of us. My participating in the teaching of children in Man UK has opened my eyes to see our children, brothers, sisters in Islam. Let us do something about it. I want to accept the argument that there's a clash of civilization. There is no doubt about it. You see the clash of culture. You see some children. You see some children. Nobody will tell you that these children come from a very good Islamic home. You see another child. You say, wow. You cannot define his identity. Whether it's an African, whether it's a Briton, whether it's somebody from the sky, from the behavior. Please let us pay attention to our children. If you build good children at home, they are going to build a good family. Now, interference, our imams should play their role. And then Muslim organizations should have a unit of counseling. Yes, counseling is a professional work here. Everything in UK is professional work. Even if you want to be a ballet, you want to be sweeping the street, they will train you. If you are not trained, they will not employ you. That is the system here. Yeah, that is UK experience. But are we going to wait on somebody have £5,000 to go to train as a counselor before we can do that? Yes, if you have money, you can do that. You can send our personnel for training. But in the meantime, let each organization, NASFAT, MAN, IPG, everybody must have a counseling unit. How our children are getting married. How are we training them? We are preparing them for marriage. It's very, very important. This center we are seeing, they are doing it. That is why you have this achievement. If they are not settled in the family, they will not settle in their community. May Allah get us right. Now, the issue of cooking, culture. I am a student of Islamic jurisprudence. Islamic jurisprudence allow culture, what we call al-uruf. Al-uruf is culture. As long as a culture does not clash with Aqidah, if your culture is not in clash with any principle of Aqidah, Islam welcomes it. For example, we are talking about cooking at home in Africa. If a woman cannot cook, she's in trouble. There is nothing wrong in that. Islam did not say it is compulsory for women to cook for the husband. There is no root of that. Even Islam, our jurists, they told us that if you agree that Husband will cook number of days, wife will cook number of days. That is okay for them. But if the community has accepted particular thing as their way of life and everybody accepted it, there is nothing wrong in it. But sincerely speaking, every family must decide what is good for them. Here in Britain, how do you expect where everybody is running up and down for survival? So you want your wife that after leaving the work, she must cook for you again. After all, you have every opportunity like Nigeria, where you don't have a supply of electricity, no gas, no cooking gas, no nothing. But here, everything is available. You have gas, you have electricity, you can go into the kitchen within 10 minutes. Look at me. I spent 4 years in the university to do my PhD. Throughout the years, I cooked for myself. I washed everything for myself. I did everything for myself. If I have my wife here, will I leave her alone in the kitchen? So everything depends on the situation we find ourselves. Islam is a very practical religion. So it's not, there is no permanent rule that if my wife doesn't cook for me, he has violated a rule in Islamic. No. The important thing is everybody will have to adjust according to the situation. Then lastly, I want to appeal to all of us. Please again, our children. Our children, we have, I have read a lot of reports, statistics, showing that majority of the people of the culprits in life crimes, violence, they are Black African and mostly Nigerian. It means something is going wrong. Are we not going to cut our way of life? Let us cut this socialite life. Party. We have to be realistic.
Who party is Saturday?
Every weekend we must attend a party. Look at our project. Somebody is telling me that this month in Ramadan they raised about 10 million in Ramadan. Can we do that in any Muslim society? This is our Alpha. As Nasfat, as Man, as IPG, as Ibushra, all of them. When we want to donate £1, 10 pence, 3 pounds, that is maximum. May Allah guide us aright. Once again, I want to commend our organization. I pray that Allah will continue to assist you. I want to commend everybody that's attended this program. May Allah reward you abundantly. أقول قولي هذا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Please don't go yet. We have a special prayer by Sheikh. But before then, may I quickly call our mother, Alhaja Bekis Sadi, for the vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. We give glory to Almighty Allah. We glorify Him, we worship Him. We're thankful for today's program. I'd first like to say a big thank you to our fathers. Adúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lórí pé a pè é ẹja wa lóhùn Ọlọ́run adúpẹ́ fún yín. Adúpẹ́ fún àwọn àfáà wa, àwọn màmá wa, àwọn àǹtí wa. We're really grateful for everybody that's turned up today. For me, it has been an enlightening day and I've learned so much today. It's our 5th program and I'm sure most of you here today have learned a few things. One of the things I just want to go back to is a settled home builds community. A settled home builds community. And one of the reasons why we have this program, Marriage and Family Life, is to build our community. We want to strengthen our community. We want to have our community to be peaceful. And it's very important that we all work together. It has been a journey for Fomwauk because today, behind the scene, we have members that have contributed financially, morally, physically. physically. Some are here today, some are not here today. But we want to appreciate every one of you by being here. Your presence is very important to us. It's not just by money, but the fact that we call you and you answer us. For me, what I want to ask our community is what our father says. Within our community, we need to work more together. We need to work more. We have the numbers as Nigerian community. We have the numbers, but one thing that we need more is the unity and cooperation. And in the spirit of sisterhood, I want to employ all the women's league, women's league leaders within all these different Atalatu to please join us in working with us so that we can do more of this program.
I have the pleasure of telling us, inshallah, that from Man UK, on the authority of the President, Man UK will be donating £250 in support of this project. And Takbir, and another one, we have support also, patronizing, yeah? Okay, and don't forget, when you look at the back of this program, we have a project, an ongoing one, with Man UK. Please donate beautifully to it. May Allah answer on that. Say what? Now, that please donate beautifully to it. May Allah Azza accept it from us all. I quickly call on Sheikh Abdeslam Gebuddin. Al-Ibad. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wa tó wá fún wa ní àdúrà láti parí ètò yìí. Àtẹ̀gbé ó possible ọ̀ṣẹ́ ní òbọ̀ possible kan ṣe ní your English. Wọ́n ó ṣe é ṣe kán ṣe méjèèjì papọ̀. Masha Allah.
Sọ́lù alànàbí kẹrì. Ìgbà tí fún yàn nírú program báyìí, ó ti mọ̀ pé tọ́lá ẹ̀kọ́ olóṣèlú àwọn ọ̀pọ̀ yà lóṣèlú méjì. Adúgbòlódò Ọlọ́run. Adúgbòlódò Ọlọ́run. Adúgbòlódò Ọlọ́run lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Kí n tó lọ sínú ọgbẹ́ àdúrà tẹ́lẹ̀ kí n ṣe. Brọ́dà wa tí wọ́n ní wọ́n sì kì ní Nàìjíríà. Ó dàbí Bálájà Akérè lè ti lọ àmì. Insha Allah tó bá di lọ́la, ẹ wá ní o, ní àsàlátù ràmá, pẹ̀lú ògbólódò Ọlọ́run. Àwọn náà ń náwó sí ẹrú náà. Ẹ wá bí aago mọ́kànlá, inshallah. Ọba tí ó ní àlàáfíà lọ́dọ̀, kì í ṣe tó bá ṣe ní òfin lálàáfíà. Ọba tó ní àlàáfíà lọ́dọ̀ wà fún lálàáfíà. Àwa náà tí àwa sáré, tiwa náà ti jáde ní, ló wà dákàmọ́ sùn kálukú aláàrẹ̀. Kọ́kọ́ àdúrà mi ni pé àwọn ìyá wa tí Ọlọ́run kan gbé nǹkan yẹn kalẹ̀, wọ́n ní máa ṣe ìbò àbí Yorùbá. Àwọn afọ àwọn ni wọ́n jókòó yìí. Ànábì Muhammad, wọ́n jókòó yìí wá wípé nínú Kùránì tó sọ̀kalẹ̀ fún ọ̀dọ̀ òun, wọ́n ṣàlàyé tí ẹ bá wà nínú Adira báyìí, kúrò jókòó báyìí. Kì í ṣe dandan kéèyàn jẹ́ pé yóò sọ ìgbà bí yóò sọ France. Ànábì sọ fún wa wípé wọ́n máa àdìsílẹ̀ náà mi rọ̀súlì ilà bírísàlì kàwé. Wọ́n máa àdìsílẹ̀ náà mi rọ̀súlì ọlọ́ni àrà nàbí kankan níṣẹ́ kádà sí Nàìjíríà ọkọ̀lá. Wọ́n á jẹ́ pé bàtò lórí èbó bí àfẹ́ máa dáì láti sọ èbó àbí kọ́ sọ Yorùbá sáwọn Yorùbá ẹgbẹ́ rẹ̀ kí wọ́n lè bá gbọ́ yé ní Yorùbá yìí nàlá o láti lè gbọ́ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ. Tẹ́lá ní kí n ṣe èbó ó ṣe é ṣe kí èbó yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ nira díẹ̀. Àwọn ìyàwó atọ́nà ní kẹ́gbẹ́ ìkẹyìn kalẹ̀ afọláàlẹ́ ìfẹ́ náà. Ẹ bá Yorùbá nàbì ni. Ànábì ni wàlá tàṣùkù àṣàhàbì. Ẹ má ṣe bú àwọn ẹ̀jọ́ mi. Wọ́n ní kí ló dé ànábì tẹ̀ fi ní ẹmúgbó àwọn ẹ̀jọ́ yìí. Ànábì ni máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ànábì ni tí máa sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé àwọn ìyàwó tí wọ́n gbé ìkẹyìn kalẹ̀. Èébú yóò sì lẹ́nu lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ kankan. Èébú yóò sì lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ kankan. Tẹ́yìn bá ń bu yín, ń bú ọba tó dá yín. Ànábì ni mo fẹ́ kọ́ da yín lójú pé àwọn tí mo ní kẹ́ kọ́ bu yín. Tí ó bá bu yín, tẹ́ ẹ bá ní owó, kọ́dà bí ó kẹ́ wúdù. Tẹ́ wá nù sínú ẹ̀sìn Islam. Ànábì ni tẹ́ bá náwó yẹn tán, tẹ́ tó yáwó, kò tí ì tó táwọn ènìyàn sínú Islam. Mo bẹ̀ yẹ wa dúpẹ́ púpọ̀. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ omi ọkọ̀ nínú ẹ̀sìn.
sàbí dáadáa bá olùwàjẹ́ lóyún ọkọ̀ nù ẹ̀sìn àníta ni sẹ́yìn lẹ́sàn àníta ni gbé fún yín lẹ́sìn ọba tó ní yín ọ̀sẹ̀ lẹ́sìn ẹ̀sìn tá a fẹ́ fún wa sẹ́yìn ni pé gbogbo ọmọ tó wá jáde lára yín ọlọ́jọ́ wo sórí ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì mo kí àwọn àlùfáà wa I'm a big anxiety to be part of this program kẹ́sìdá kó fún yẹn ní wáàsí kẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ ní kébí náà tiẹ̀ bọ́ wá kẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ ní ẹtì ẹ̀ fẹ́ẹ̀sì mi náà fẹ́ẹ̀sì ní wàlẹ́ òrì ni ẹ̀yin bàbá wa tí ọlọ́run sí ní àfa kọ́lẹ́ lóòótọ́ ṣùgbọ́n ìrìn àmì irú yín sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo alára wẹ́lẹ́ nǹkan tí ń dàrú náà ilé àfa mi lò tó. kádọ́wá ẹgbẹ́ ẹjọ́ sí máa ṣèwádìí pé ká tó fi yẹn ṣe ìmọ̀ ká tó fa ṣáṣáájú wọ́n bá wú tó di àfa mi wò ní wà láì wò ní bó ní gbà. àmọ́ ká tó rí irú báyìí ọ̀nà ọlọ́yẹ̀ yìí ṣé bàbá sùkúrò lọ́fẹ́ sọ ni ṣé bí jẹ́ntì mímọ̀ lọ́fẹ́ sọ ni bàbá wẹ̀ yẹ wò lẹ́sẹ̀ sọ̀ tó wáyé àwọn ọmọ wà ní alágalẹ̀ kan àfúlà náà ìbẹ̀rù àbára sùkúrò ní báyìí bàbá wọn sàmì dáadáa iná kò sí tó jẹ́ káyọ̀ mọ́ láti yọrí ẹ̀yìn àwọn bàbá wa náà fi lọ́kàn balẹ̀ o wọ́n láàyè tọ́kùn bàbá fi obì lọ́kàn balẹ̀ nínú ilé wa náà kò sí tó lè sẹ́ta àfúlà náà ìbẹ̀rù yóò kálukú ọlọ́mọdé ọ̀dà àdúrà lẹ́yìn náà lẹ́yìn kì í ṣe o wọ́n kálukú wa náà tàwa wa ọlọ́ọ̀ni rẹ̀ àdé Muhammad bá yorùbá tó bí nàdá àyà yìí ọwọ́ àná suratu Takathur nísàlẹ̀ ọlọ́dún yà lẹ́bi summa latus'aluna yawma'idhin 'anil na'im ọwọ́ àná yà lẹ́bi ó ní ó bí alẹ́ rẹ̀ bá ṣe lo ìdẹ̀kùn nínú ayé owó ìwọ lọ́wọ́ béèrè àwọn sábẹ́ bí ànábì bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà tó ká àyà yìí fún wọn ànábì ni ọlọ́run ní bí ètò ẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ bá béèrè méjì pé méjèèjì máa fẹ́ ká ṣàdúrà sí ibi táwa lóde ọlọ́run ló mú béèrè àṣìhàtú wàlà àmọ̀nì ọlọ́run ní máa béèrè àlàáfíà tó mú fún yín bó o lè ṣe lò ṣèpá àti àwọn bàbá wa tí wọ́n jókòó àtẹ̀yìn ìyá wa náà àlàáfíà kan lè lò níbi àwọn akọ́lá sí ní ọlọ́run lónìí ọlọ́run ní máa béèrè bẹ́ẹ̀ sí i tẹ́ ẹ bá tiẹ̀ wá rí àlàáfíà mi lọ́jíṣẹ́ fọlọ́ alẹ́ lè náà lè bá fi jẹ́ fọlọ́ wọn náà ẹ̀ wò ló àbùkẹ́ náà ọlọ́run ẹ̀kejì àdá amúnú ìfọkànbalẹ̀ tọkùn yọ̀ọ́ bá dẹ̀ wọ́n náà wọ́n pè wáṣàpù yóò ti dé dájú náà lòkùtò rántí pé bàbá méjèèjì láwọn aṣàdúrà ní lórí ètò ìfìsì bẹ́ẹ̀ náà fún wa náà ni pé ayé àkàtọ́ sọ̀kalẹ̀ fún àdàbò Muhammad ẹjọ́ káyà sọ̀kalẹ̀ fún àdàbì ìbílẹ̀ wà lẹ́dí àdàbì báyìí ó wá sọ fún àdàbì ní àdàbì ọlọ́run ti sílẹ̀ kó gbé àdúrà lẹ́wọ̀ ṣe ìpín ìbílẹ̀ wọn sàlàyé tí wọ́n sílẹ̀ fún onígbà àdúrà onígbà àdúrà tí wọ́n ṣẹlẹ̀ ọ̀ṣẹlẹ̀ láyé àdàbì kan àdúrà àdàbì Muhammad ọlọ́run kejì onítọ́nà tó ṣe ní mo ṣe sọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yáyà ti sọ̀kalẹ̀ ọlọ́run ní kí n sọ fún ọ pé ìyá àdàbì Muhammad ayà tó fẹ́ sọ̀kalẹ̀ yìí sọ̀kalẹ̀ fún àdàbì ọlọ́run àdúrà àdàbì Muhammad ó wà láyà wọlé amọ̀ náà àti Fatiha mọ̀ ìparí sọ́wọ́n tó bá kọ́ra àti Fatiha ó ní kò sí súra nínú àwòrán àgbà kò sí nínú ìdílà kò sí tí mùsùlùmí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lórí tọ́lọ̀ òní gbọ́ tọ́lọ̀ òsì nígbà ìyẹn náà wà tẹ́wọ́ lájọ pé ọlọ́run wọlá kíkẹ́ tá a fẹ́ ké yìí ẹnu àwọn afọ náà ní àbíké gbogbo tó ń kàtó bá débi ní ayọ̀ lónìí kò ní bí bàbí jẹ́ o sàmú dáadáa bá nínú gbogbo ẹ̀sìn pátápátá ìsìláàmù nìkan lọ́dọ̀ kó bá sì ṣàdúrà ní gbogbo ẹ̀sìn àwọn aláàlọ́ ṣàdúrà náà torí iná láàtà alátọ̀ yìí wọn náà yàtọ̀ bá iná àtọ̀ yìí bá nínú gbogbo ẹ̀sìn pátápátá ìsìláàmù nìkan lọ́dọ̀ kó bá sì ṣẹ̀sìn àwọn nìkan náà la ń jẹ pé ọlọ́run ní mo ní ìdí orígun méjèèjì yìí kẹ́ máa fi bí èmi ọlọ́run àwọn nìkan náà làwọn fi orígun méjèèjì lára wa làwọn máa bẹ náà tọ́ba tẹ̀wájú kàràǹgìdá àwọn náà níbi méjì tọ́lọ́run pété ìbá fi kọjú sílẹ̀ kò sí kábíyà lórí wọn gbà iná lòkè àtìlẹ̀ àwọn àbá àwọn dáhà nìkan náà àwọn náà ní àáké gbogbo tó lọ ti fi lọ́kàn balẹ̀ nínú ilé ọlọ́mọdé gbàyà sí wa sàmúlẹ̀ adáfà ọ̀dà bisimilahi rahman rahim amana rasulu bima unzila ilayhi min rabbih wal mu'minuna qul amanna billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rusulihi la nufarriqu bayna ahadin min rusulihi wa qalu sami'na wa ata'na ghufranaka rabbana wa ilayka al-masir la yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha laha ma kasabat wa 'alayha ma iktasabat ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين فانصرنا على القوم المنافقين فانصرنا على القوم الظالمين فانصرنا على القوم الكاذبين برحمتك يا ارحم الراحمين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين صلوا على النبي الفاتحة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين